everybody, and welcome to a special Azure Dreams race where we will be seeing a bookless showcase. For everyone, this is a very cool special event separate from our regular tournament, and we hope you will all enjoy. What we will be seeing is a PlayStation 1 roguelike game, RPG. Azure Dreams, and we will be seeing a different category. Our tournament is based loosely off of any percent, while what we are seeing today is based off of bookless. That's more or less our 100%, with one thing we're not doing because it is a nuisance and no one wants to see it. Okay, maybe sometimes we want to see it, but it would take way too long, and this still does all the things. We will be seeing both tower climbing, dungeon delving, and the town building dating sim portions of the game for a more complete Azure Dreams experience. We will be dating all of the girls, building all of the buildings and towns, completing all of the quests, and for that we have the new state display graphics updated to help you keep track of what our runners will be doing and how far they have gotten. I'm Lady Deme, and with me today is Hextree.
Hey everyone, I think I'm here now. Am I?
Alright, we will be getting the runners counted down, and they will soon be off to the races. It's weird to know, and they will be starting off immediately by showing off the fact that Bookless has routing decisions. Like a thing when your game isn't 100% RNG. They're getting started on talking to the doctor at the local hospital to set up the ability to advance a side quest on their next visit to town, and they'll be doing that with the doctor, and they will also be probably, yes, we're seeing Chai going to Nico's house to do a little setup there, but we're seeing Shauny going to the library to do a different plot setup that I think Chai's routing will probably have him do later.
Yeah. I think for the purpose of the healing herb climb, which is the most important thing to consider, the hospital is the most important thing to do on day one. I mean, personally, I don't normally do anything else, but
library
is probably a good one.
Library's a good one, Nico's a decent one. It looks like Shawnee's doing 3 setups at once, trying to get the talking to girls and building of buildings done a bit faster so that there are a couple of, maybe one less trip to the tower-ish, but probably not actually, just when these things are going. We're seeing Chai also going for a glitched entry, while Shauny will be doing the regular entry, getting tuned for this first run. This is, in fact, yes, a town build race. Specifically, it is a bookless race, in which we date all the girls, build all the town, and clear the tower, where we do all of the side quests. We basically are going to be seeing them do everything except filling out the Little Sisters Monster Booklet, because filling out the Little Sisters Monster Booklet involves fighting
maybe
or
10
owning
hours of
every
work,
monster in the game, which is difficult. It would involve leveling up some monsters to level 20 to deal with the evolutions, and no one really wants to be doing that.
Yeah, only 3 people have ever done it and lived to tell about it. Myself as one of them.
Good job! But that is more patience than I would have, even playing casually. And so this is more or less all of the fun bits of Azure Dreams, 100%. Let's put it that way.
Oh yeah, definitely. Mm-hmm.
And, interesting, Shauny is not going to be doing anything else in this tower run. He is having Kuhn immediately take him out, knock him out, so that he can go to town for another visit. While from Chai's routing plans, Chai's goal will be getting the money for the hospital improvements as quickly as possible.
I suspect that Shauny wants to get Selfie going as well, and Selfie only appears in town on day 2. That might be what he's doing right now, because then he'll be able to use his trip to floor 2 to visit Selfie.
That makes a lot of sense. Meanwhile, Chai found a cursed shield in that tower run, and that's gonna help him with the money, because cursed items are worth a good bit of cash.
You remember which shield it was?
Scorch, I believe.
Okay, that's decent.
Yeah, that's decent. He's looking for about 4,000 out of this first run. And we can see Shauny has talked to Selfie in town, gotten that going, because Selfie's quest is advanced through going to the 2nd floor of the tower, which in repeat runs is pretty much fixed, and is related to Selfie and her brother over and over and over again. We're also seeing him get the flag for one of the tower quests where you find an object in the tower and bring it back. That causes the blue cape to spawn on floor 20. Talking to the bartender Okami there. Lot going on.
Yeah, so part of the point of this race also is to showcase the state display which Chai has put together. So you can see at the top of each player's screen is the state display which they're running alongside their game. So you can see on the left side, at the bottom row, we've got the girls. They're all blanked out for now.
Question marks right now.
Which is actually how it looks like in the save screen in the game. Above that, we have the quest items. Some of them you kind of have to do anyway to actually get the girls, but for example, Blue Collar is kind of independent, which is the 5th one.
Right, the Guru's oil pot is independent. I believe the water medal is technically not required.
Yeah, it's
required
technically
for
independent,
quests, but
yes.
not for the girls' side quests.
It kind of interlinks with Mia's story, but yeah, it can be done independently too. And on the right we have all the buildings. The house and the hut have what was it? So the house has like 3 levels and the hut has 4 levels.
I believe that's about right. In addition to all of those other items, and the thing about the state display is that these aren't trackers in the sense that they are clicking them to select that they have done these things. It is reading the game's code and saying, have these flags been met? And that's really neat. It saves everyone the time of remembering what's going on.
Yeah, very good training tool for this.
As well, Shauny does have the advantage of having things tuned for the first real climb he's doing, but on the other hand, does lose out on that first initial set of items.
Yeah, that's interesting. I don't think he did that route in his current PB that I've seen on speedrun, but
interesting. I know that there is an alternative route that probably neither of these two will be doing unless fate smiles down upon them and they find one of the items needed to actually do that, and that involves using a Manoeva to dupe items or get different items to get as much as possible as quickly as possible, but that, because it relies on getting a specific monster, probably not a thing that we will see either of them do. But it is the brutal, as Wugga puts it, wrote it in the chat, that state of like the current, this is the fastest possible method. It's just also not race safe.
Yeah, so what Wugga is alluding to there with the JP version. So I personally run the JP version, and in that there is a rust trap glitch, in which you can hold a sword in your hand, step on a rust trap, something like 20 times or something, and then the monetary value of your sword will underflow until you have basically infinite money. That basically shifts the kind of like having to find the really valuable items to having to find a rust trap, which is in itself like a challenge, but probably an easier one.
Not uncommon.
Yeah.
Or at least not super rare.
Well, not uncommon until you're actually looking for it like I am, but yeah.
That's a good point. Everything's uncommon when you look for it specifically. But only a couple of things are uncommon if you're just sort of taking the aggregate experience of Azure Dream. Means the dozens upon dozens, the 40 floors you normally see, the many more than that, frankly, as you get into the repetitions of things.
Yes, well, the Japanese version also has a few disadvantages. There's the U-boat issue where U-boats can actually come up through you if you stand on their square, which is scary because then you have a U-boat inside you which can attack you from inside you. There's also, it's a bit slower in general because you need to, the camera turning is not as smooth, and you have to restart the PlayStation after you beat Beldo. Otherwise, the game kind of crashes. So it has its ups and downs.
Yeah, that is an interesting thing that, like, normally, particularly in a text-heavy game, you'd see there being a distinction, or rather, you'd see it being a huge difference and a thing that the community particularly pays attention to, but I think you're pretty much the only person I can think of off the top of my head who runs the Japanese version.
I think it was Gene Freak that started the trend, but yeah, I followed.
That's right. That is who is not on the top of my head to think of. I knew there was someone, and that does have its ups and its downs. So I think the real question is, and I have not kept a great track of Chai's inventory to figure out how well he thinks he's doing towards that goal. We know he has the Palumpa egg that's worth a small amount of cash. The Scorch Shield with the curse on it will be worth a good bit. So we might not see him go too far past floor 5, which is where his benchmark is for this particular tower entry.
Yeah, I didn't see anything of particular interest that he was picking up, so yeah, he still might be, I don't know, around 1k, 2k.
Now that I think about it, there's one other interesting thing about the way the two of them have set up their money-hunting tower climbs, and that is that the seated towers are consistent, but are consistent to each entry. We are doing this seated, so we have deployed the de-randomizing part of the randomizer for that. But what I mean by that is that, oh, that's good. It's pretty good. And Chai's second tower will will have the same seed as the tower climb Shauny is on presently.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Whereas Shauny will never see this tower Chai is in.
Unless he makes like 32 more entries, yeah.
Yeah, I guess that is also the case, but that's not the plan as such. We'd have to get somewhere real weird for that. So it'll be fun to which of these two ends up being more cash flow.
Yeah, because if one of them finds a balloon egg or a Groot egg or something really useful like that, that's gonna create an imbalance, which will also be interesting.
Mm-hmm. Looks like Chai is in a bit of a pickle and working out what to do to avoid getting pincered.
Did Kuhn go down on Chai's side?
No, he went for glitched entry. He never got
Yes, okay.
So he'll probably... We'll see if he picks Kuhn up or not. I've seen people use him, I've seen people not use him as much. But while we think of these early floors as pretty safe, when you get a lot of monsters like that, and when you don't have Kuhn, they can prove fairly dangerous.
Yeah.
When we think of Azure Dreams as not dangerous, we think of something in Azure Dreams as not... What we mean is that the circumstances in which it becomes very dangerous aren't super common.
So, Chai just... Is he... what's his plan here? Is he planning to Olim the Palumpa? Yes.
Looks like. I know he wanted to get to floor 5, but that's not happening.
Not something we see often, but yeah, he had no wing crystal.
Actually, he might be on floor 5. Floor 5 doesn't have the background change yet. So he might have just made it there. To the point where the game expects him to be doing that per, main flow of things. Okay, so let's see.
Our score is 2,400, that's good.
The malicious spell... That could be better, but also... Okay, Chai very nearly ended up with this run going... not very well. But it looks like Chai is trying to stretch that money as well as it can reasonably go. No, and it's not looking great at the moment. But he's close, but I don't know if he's going to make it there without selling things that he, for preference, not want to sell.
Hmm.
Okay, he has made it over that threshold.
Yep.
We see Shauny going a bit more aggressive on the sales, but not coming up with the cash. So he's going to have to make that up along the way. And that's one of those things that can be pretty tricky.
I think what's also interesting is that Chai's, I think, in exactly the right place money-wise, because he didn't want to have more than 5,000, because if you have under 1,000 after you've bought the hospital, then you can then do the fountain in one day.
Oh, that's right. We will be seeing a glitch on Chai's side pretty soon that uses his financial position. Building that hospital will cost about 4,000, but it will also allow for him to start another Hero's Quest and to start collect and do that fountain all in one go, and that'll be a pretty decent time to get. Also, we see on Shauny's side, as you talk to the librarian, his room full of books becomes more and more full of books. And here we're also seeing Chai interact with Fur for the first time, and that's one of the reasons why he was probably being a bit careful with exactly how much he sold, because he wanted to have items left over to sell to Fur to get her quest rolling.
Yeah.
Her quest, which is almost entirely sell things to Fur.
So we can see that if you look at their icons, on the left side of their state displays, the Guru Pot icon is upgraded to number 1, and so is the Water Medal, and so is the Blue Cape. So basically how this works is 0 means there's no interaction with this quest that has happened yet. 1 means you've kind of started the quest. 2 means you've acquired the item, either in your inventory or, I presume, in the safe at home would count as well. And 3 or just I think the number disappears altogether when you get to 3. That means you've done the quest.
So the Guru's Oil Pot quest is started by having
Talking to Mr. Isaac, yes.
Talking to Mr. Isaac, which will trigger when your mom tells you about it after you've reached about floor 5. We saw Chai doing that glitch I mentioned earlier with Nika, where she is trying to fundraise for a fountain, and if you say you want to donate 1,000 without having 1,000, she will get pouty at you, but the game will think you donated money anyway.
Yeah. You have to be very careful, though, because if you don't do those 3 payments on the same day, if you decide to go to the tower in between, then you've basically underflowed the cost of the fountain, and then you'll never actually complete it. So yeah, as long as you do those 3 payments, then you're good.
1,000, and then the 1G that Chai could actually afford. Also, my gosh, we'll be seeing, I think, at least a small bit of him this run, whereas in our sort of any percent Rocky to the Top style races, we see him exactly never. Where he does not show up in the slightest.
So on the right side of... Oh, that was interesting. Okay, so on the right side of Chai's state display, Fountain and Hospital went to orange, which means the buildings were being built. And the moment he entered in...
But they are, in fact... Oh, right,
well, I mean, before he entered the tower, they were orange,
yeah.
The very moment he entered the tower, they switched to green. So the game's now recorded those as having been built. If he died right now or left the tower, they would be built.
We see that Shauny has gone through floor 2 and now exits the tower with hopefully the money he'll need with that cursed mirror shield.
More than enough,
covering pretty much all of it, and in fact, might be too much.
Yeah, it's not enough to be able to get like a theater library, so it's just kind of an uncomfortable amount, more than 4,000.
Right, it's not enough to do the Nico glitch either, so that's not ideal. But at least things will get up. But at least it gets him enough to get rolling and to make up for what happened earlier, and we see him emptying out his inventory, because now for a little bit, we're not going to worry about climbing the tower so much as going up, saying hi to Selfie, and then taking oneself out of the picture here.
Yeah, so now that the hospital is built, no, sorry, did Shauny just build the hospital? Yeah, both have now paid the hospital.
Yep.
So now their main focus would be rushing to the healing herb, because once the healing herb is started, you can then get everything in the tower in one go. Which is what they want to do, really. So they can interact with the town if they want to. They may hold off on that until they get VSync toggled. Depends, really. Depends what you think you're going to finish on.
Once they clear the tower, where they will have an option that allows text to go a bit faster. And that might be what they're hoping. And that is probably what they're hoping are. That's why they're hoping to do all of the tower quests in one run in particular. But that run probably won't be immediately. For one thing, because the healing herb does not spawn until we actually get to a point in Cheryl's quest here. And Cheryl was always my favorite as a kid, so I like seeing her, I like wrapping being planned around her. She's also the subject of a special, sort of semi-joking category we do in the community. If you want to train bookless, it might be a good place to start, of curry percent. And where you can, when you are when you get the healing herb from Cheryl, because you built the hospital, you've done all of that, and you get the option to apologize for something to her. I believe for not telling her that you did this for not helping her. You have the option to say sorry, Surrey, or curry, and curry percent is how fast can you tell her curry.
And incidentally, Wugger just broke the world record in the past 24 hours or so for curry percent, so we're now standing at a 45-minute something world record for curry percent.
Cool! Also, look, the fountain! Isn't that nice? It actually is pretty cute.
Just before Shauny entered the tower now, he tried to build the theatre, or talk to Fawn. I think he might not have realized he hasn't hit the 5th floor, which is needed to actually trigger Fawn to suggest the theatre. Or maybe he's realized after.
He's hit the 5th floor. Yeah.
Oh, is it the...
He went to like 6th or 7th in his first run.
Oh, is it the 10th floor needed? I can't remember now. I saw him talking to Fawn, and Fawn didn't mention the theatre, so it might be that you needed 10th floor.
Let me see. Let me see at what point we'll be seeing Chai do that same bit of dialogue. Not for a while, not until after he has these things will he be trying to get that same bit of dialogue, so that doesn't help us, Chai. That doesn't help us check the trigger. So, Selfie's core bit when you go to the tower and see her is mostly being incredibly rude. But in a weird way. She is both very weird and pretty rude about your family, home life, and situation, and all the brother has said about you, including the weird ones. I do like her aesthetic, though. It's really good. And her music is also really good. I do like Selfie.
Yes. Yeah, she seems like the kind of... Well, she's like the only girl in town that you could kind of go on adventures with in the tower, so...
Yeah, that would be cool. I know that the Game Boy game does a little bit more with other people actually being in the tower, where, the whole premise of this entire town's industry is more or less tower-centric. We see Chai electing not to fight Josh. It is more or less a waste of time, though sometimes he'll drop a wind crystal, and that's cool. So for the next little bit, what they're likely both to be doing is Shauny will probably work on building up the fountain, and probably also work on anything that he can do by just repeatedly talking to people in town. He might do at least some of it. Of it. Prepping for the next big thing in most routing is building the racetrack, which will allow them to gamble for more money. Also, he's starting Cheryl's quest. I feel like the developers put more work into Cheryl than some of the other girls. I don't know what gives me that specific impression, but I feel that.
Well, I mean, towards the end of her storyline, she does give like a pretty deep kind of speech. She even drops the title of the game, practically, mentioning like the blue skies.
If the localizers had gone for that, she does get that little... Even if you've never interacted with her, even if she is not well, she will still talk about the blue sky at the end of the game. In a case of, what are you doing in my house, miss? You total stranger. But yeah, this is the quest for more money. Everything in this route in Bookless kind of amounts to, how are you going to get the money you need to do things? And then, afterwards, the minor question of, so how are you, or at least concurrent with it, how are you going to play Azure? How are you going to do tower climbing? But since any percent sort of in that accounts for having like your first run, then pretty much most runners will be experienced enough at climbing the tower with whatever the tower gives you, and that's not really a big worry, and they don't have to worry about the gradually building up your inventory section of the game.
Yeah.
Like, if they find something that would help them on the big tower run, groovy. But if they don't, they'll figure something out. And that'll be fun when we get there, and we do intend to use a different state display for that part of it. A different configuration, one that you'd see more in any percent in general. One thing you might be noticing as they go through the first floor a lot is that the first floors kind of start looking very similar, and that's because after the first one, there are only 3 potential layouts. Yeah,
is it 3 or 4? I can't remember now.
I think it's 3.
There's the lone tree,
there's
the fence, there's a cliff. Yeah, it might be 3, yeah.
Yes, and while it is being plugged in chat, be sure to check out our Discord for resources about any percent booklist, the randomizing randomizer, and all things Azure Dream Fun related. And now we get to the part where we need Kuhn to engage with if just beating Ko says all the time. That is his new life.
Interestingly, if you try to use melee, Kuhn actually misses a lot when he's attacking Ko. There seems to be a different luck scale there. So yeah, using Brid is usually best.
Well, yeah, I can see how that would work.
I don't know the reason for it, but yeah, there's a very high miss rate when specifically Kuhn is attacking Ko.
Due to the differences in routing, which scene the runners are seeing as they go to the second floor of the tower is a different little scene, and that's neat. It's an interesting thing to watch happen. As is the state of affairs with the fountain building. Ding. I think... Oh, now that I think about it, there is one other interesting thing about Bookless that jumps to mind while we're watching Nico wake Ko up with what looks to be like a solid knee in maybe the ribcage. We're hoping the ribcage every morning. and that is that for a while there, we were having the last part of the run, as opposed to being at any point of one's choosing during the run, and this led to just some generally different routing, particularly involving how soon can the runners get Nico to stop coming to wake him up every morning, which she does when you get to like 31.
Yes. Well, the thing is, when they get to 31, they're probably going to go on to 40 as well. I can't remember what happens exactly after you beat Beldo. I guess the girlfriends will come back.
At that point, I think so. It's a little bit less bad. And that is, I think, the way they're approaching that. Because now we don't need the egg to be the last thing. Time is no longer on egg. Time is on complete save screen, and then we go tour and make sure all the quests are done. Meanwhile, Chai is taking Cheryl on a walk. Which means that it's getting pretty close to the part where he is going to do that healing herb climb.
Yeah, it'll be this day, for Chai. And for Shauny as well. I guess that's or he might be 1 day behind, I'm not sure.
I think he's about 1 day behind. And because he had to go back for another trip. Yep, and it looks like, this is around the time when we'll start to be thinking about making that climb. We're waiting for a specific line of Cheryl's rolls to cause the healing herb to spawn. And that will be the sign that it's probably time to go do all of the things. There we go! Now I believe that Chai has already started the water medal quest, but maybe I'm misremembering.
Well, that can be confirmed with the state display.
Right. Let's see. Water medal... It looks like a 0, so he is going to have to go and start it and hopefully not forget. The goal for this run, in addition to getting all of the quest items, will also hopefully be getting money for the racetrack. Which will allow them to get the money for the casino, which will allow them to get the rest of the money. It's all gambling from here, basically.
Yep.
Okay, he has started the medallion quest.
Yeah, now, I mean, this will be pretty much the hardest part of the Bookless run, because it's very easy to die in the tower, and also the water medal itself is a tricky one, because the picket could just not spawn if you're really unlucky.
Yep. Sometimes things become impossible for no good reason. Also, for some reason, Selphie gets menaced by the easiest monster in the tower. I'm not sure why they picked that to happen, but okay.
And Chai has switched his state displays, so now we can see the two different sides of the state display. We've got the tower state display on Chai's side, got the HP, MP, familiar specific screen, and the inventory.
Since they're only really doing this one tower climb that involves fighting, the Hazak herb is getting fed to Ko. Whereas I think for a casual run where you're not doing just one run to do all your fighting in, you probably give it to a monster, because as you might have noticed through these repeat tower climbs, Ko's level resets every time he enters the tower. A wizard did it, that's why. But also because it needs to be a roguelike in some key ways, and that is one of them.
And Shauny will now, this day, be ready after he does the happiest trigger.
Yeah, that sounds about. We call it the happiest trigger because of Cheryl's line that triggers it is, "I'm the happiest when I get to see you." And so it is the happiest trigger.
Yeah. And then towards the end of her storyline, she says happier, which is, I think, pretty much the trigger that you have finished Cheryl's storyline.
Cheryl's storyline actually has two separate endings, I guess, two outcomes that I think is pretty neat. One of which she could become a nurse to help people the way the totally anonymous donor helped her, or she could start selling stuffed dolls of you out of her window. Very cute.
Yeah, and time-wise, they're pretty much equal, although I think Chai has kind of really investigated it in depth, and it seems the nurse route is actually slightly faster.
That's good to know. It's a minor difference, but of such minor differences are times made. Oh, that's a funny trap setup. Did Chai get warped away and then warped back?
I didn't catch that. Is that what happened?
I think it might have been. Certainly, he was away from Kyun and then got warped back to Kyun. So, yeah, okay, that is what happened. Warped there, warped back. That is the weirdest trap combo. I love it.
Okay, so Shauny's now getting what he needs. Let's see what items he's got. He's got an egg, which can serve as
a scarlet one, that's good.
Essentially, but also as an egg bomb.
Right. He could also use that to change Kyun's element to water at some point if that's a thing he's interested in. Also, saving, that makes sense. And this is not a bad couple of items to start a tower climb with. Scarlet Wand is the best fire wand. Stream Wand is the best. Well, okay, it's the only fire wand and the only water wand, but that also makes them the best wand for a fire monster and the best wand for a water monster. Oh, hatching it right away, that's interesting.
Yeah.
I would probably save it, depending on, what you want to do with it. But then again, maybe he's thinking maybe he might need to omit it in case of an emergency.
Yeah, I'm not sure at what point he's planning to... Because you might come across, the sea seeds, in which case keeping the egg as an egg bomb or food for the familiar is good.
Right, I think that is the question you're asking. Is
if he's gonna fuse it right now, on floor 2, then maybe that's fine.
Can't fuse it right now. He doesn't
Oh
have
yeah, he doesn't have the collar, does he?
blue collar. So you can't fuse
Yeah,
until you
okay.
have it, and it's on floor 12. Well, so if it's
Okay.
for fusion, there's not a lot of point in hatching it now, but also, man, that is a room. That was an impressively mean spawn room. Luckily, managed to get out of that without having to deal with all of the things all at once. And they can be dealt with fairly easily as individual monsters. One thing of note is that due to having to take another tower trip to get that hospital money, Sean, he does have a Q of a slightly higher level, and more noticeably a level particularly different from Co. Oh, so that'll probably about balance out, because Azure Dreams is a game that loves diminishing returns. Levels become both worth less and harder to get in like an escalatingly fast pace. And so, I think, see, in any percent we see tower clears that are sometimes very low level, but I think here we can probably expect a slightly safer run as part of the centerpiece of a much longer race.
Yep, I would expect so.
Nothing like abusing Nanoweava's incredibly poor range of vision. Oh, that'll be nice. And yeah, the two of them are pretty close. Be much neck and neck at this point. It'll be interesting to see which of these two towers is gonna be the better tower for this climb. And that could come down to relatively minor decisions, that could come down to fairly major differences. We'll just have to see. Yeah. Because it's time for the game to be very unpredictable on us.
Yeah, I imagine Shauny will be really hoping for... Shauny will be really hoping to find some sort of fireball though, because I believe Chai... Is that... Chai still has the same fireball from the first trip?
Looks like. He might have used a white sand on it at some point, but definitely came back with a fireball at some point.
Which in the first 10 floors or so is extremely useful.
Mm-hmm. Oh no! Walked right onto a sleep trap. But at least that got into a slightly safer position out of that room, which could have been pretty nasty. Steve, they are having a bit of a couple of little predicaments. Luckily, that Nanoweava was easily juked without going through the trouble of taking a hit from that U-boat. It's going to want to wait and get the surprise strike, which means that you can just keep delaying until it's the most surprising moment we promised.
That was a very long U-boat dance.
Really was. Definitely was. That's some expert dancing right there. As per sort of the standard any percent routing, would see this set of floors for Chai being a particularly well explored section, and I think this might be a good time to switch audio, because Chai is in a bit of a lead in this part, which is the part where there's identifiably a lead.
Yeah, that makes sense.
The rest of the race is a little bit, well, they did this thing at this pace and this thing at the other pace. Their
So
pace
Chai has
where it
the
can be
10th floor egg.
That could be some neat things. That could be some useful things. That could also just be a volcano. It's probably just a volcano. It's always just a volcano.
Yeah.
So let us see.
Okay, Chai picked up a C seed, so he could change Kune's element.
There. Excellent. Well, it's something that he is fairly likely to do, because water is very nice on a variety of different floors. But it's probably not as big a factor as it is for Shauny, just due to the difference in weapon. No, actually, no way. I take that back, because Blizzard Sword.
Yeah.
Blizzard Sword makes Water Cune really appealing, because the matching element multiplier does still work with swords.
He picked up the lever seed. Interesting. The lever fruit.
Probably saving that for pickets. Is that the one you say for pickets? I always get that one and the liade fruit mixed up.
Yeah, because lever fruit will be held by the pickets, because that's what stops monsters from changing form after evolving.
Okay.
So they hold them rather than eat them.
And that will tell the picket, hey, you have a thing in your inventory. You shouldn't be stealing. You're full. It just wants something to hold on to. Why you would have two fruits be anagrams of each other with the same starting letter is beyond me. That just feels like a bad decision. Because that's going to be a point of trip up for more than just me. Meanwhile, there's the blue collar, right? If directly in the path, Chai does not have to make the decision of well, actually, he'd probably just need to keep looking for it here. Or in any percent, you can skip it, but here, it's part of Bookless. So now he has it. It's nice and convenient. And we'll see if it's as nice for Shauny. Or if he has to really hunt for that thing.
Yeah, so on the Bookless state display, which is not currently visible, the blue collar should be complete now. Like, there's no way you can kind of lose the quest from this point. But yeah, as they get higher and higher, the quest floors become scarier and scarier because they do not want to hit a go-up trap.
Yeah, that would more or less mean that they'd have to re-enter the tower and do that again, and that's rough. That's rough.
Yeah, so I imagine they'll save their trap loops. But it becomes a tricky decision to make, like when you get to floor 20, and you have a trap loop, do you use it, or do you save it for 28? No. You may not find another one before 28, so that's the dilemma.
And that's a thing that I am newly, since I've not really run Bookless, I've been a bit intimidated, and so might start or practicing, but since I haven't really thought much about it, that's a thing that I hadn't considered, and it's a good point. Right. Just the inclusion of needing to worry about particular floors in that way really does change a lot of how you approach the game.
Hmm.
That's neat. That is a lot of coins.
Yeah, so in addition to the water picket not spawning, other things that can go wrong, so yeah, go-up traps is another issue. Quest items can get overwritten by an item room. So, because the item room, I believe, comes in after the items have been spawned in the tower. So the item room can override it. Which means there's just, like, you could get to the healing hub floor and there's just no healing hub. And you would only realize it once you've explored the whole floor, really. So that's happened to me in one of my most recent runs, actually, for the healing hub. Actually, oh, that might be
that would be unfortunate. Hello, SpeedGaming Doi. We are in the middle of an Azure Dreams bookless race. We are currently on the part where they climb the tower. We're all the way, collect all the quest items. They're hoping. The run isn't over if they manage to do that. Also, looks like Shauny has used a star glasses, but this blue collar is being a bit meaner than the one on Chai's side. And there's the Guru's oil pot. That is the first of the quest items they'll be looking for.
I guess it depends what we define to be a quest.
No, that's a good point.
Blue collar might be considered to be a quest.
Yeah,
but then no one ever gives you the quest, I guess.
Requirement. I was thinking of it as a quest item in the sense of being an item associated with a particular quest.
Yeah, that's true.
An item you definitely need to get for bookless specifically.
Yeah, I don't think anyone mentions... Oh, maybe like a hunter in the bar or something mentions the blue collar, yes. But no one really issues you a quest, that's a fair point.
Star glasses always handy. And now we see Shauny's catching back up. He's only a floor or two behind. And if the Guru's oil pod is on a nice thing in his next floor, oh, that could be neat. That could be good. That could be good. This is. They are different eggs. These are different towers. Because Shauny is off by, I think, about 2 towers. So the question is, are either of those going to be something exciting? And by exciting, we mean probably a group. That is what would be exciting and would change the nature of this section of the run. Not the whole run, but this section, which is sort of the longest continual section. And a thing to consider on the race front is that, unlike our Rock Me to the Top races, even though they know the towers are seeded, because of the way the seeds handle multiple entries, they don't know that the other person will find everything they will find. They don't know when the other person is making their run, which tower climb it's on. And in this case, we know they won't find the same thing. So, no, Shauny's still not quite at the floor where he has to be paying close attention to the Guru's oil pod.
See, one of the downsides of having a water queue is that these picket fights go on forever.
Very true. Oh, on the list of other bad things that could happen to ruin this climb. If a picket steals it and you can't steals a quest item and you can't get it back.
Yep, that's also happened to me. Yep, lost the guru pot, and it was in Japanese, so I didn't know what the picket took when the text came up until a couple of floors later. I was like, wait a minute, where's my pot?
Oh dear, that's unfortunate. So there's a lot of way. We see that Chai is going to hatch that egg because what if it's gonna make this climb much easier and faster?
So yeah, Sean has used the trap loop, which is a pretty safe idea to use here. No go-ups.
And there's a pretty long stretch of floors between this and 20. Well, okay, it's a 5-floor stretch, but that's still a pretty decent stretch.
Mm-hmm.
So there's chances to find enough there that would have...
Very likely could have hit that, yeah.
Just to pick it. Which isn't bad. But it's not a Garuda.
Yeah, it's not something he's gonna... I don't know.
So what you doing, Chai? Getting double speed Q? Interesting. That's a thought. But it looks like he thought better of it.
Yeah, double speed is not really great unless you're going full melee, I suppose.
That's the tricky thing. Because if you tell your monster to back you up with magic, it's still only going to move at your speed. And it'll do with its extra turn. Possibly nothing, possibly something.
And double speed melee is also annoying because if the first hit kills the enemy, he still does the second hit, which is not a huge deal, but it just bothers me.
Still, maybe that golf... He picked up the golf one. That makes me think that he's thinking about that. And as a possibility, maybe he... Well, actually, no, wait. He wouldn't be wind because the element of your monster post-fusion is dependent on, like, the elemental triangle, right?
Yes, the element is handled independently of the monster, which monster dominates.
Right, so it would still be fire, not because it would still be Q, no, it would still be Q, but because fire beats wind.
Yeah, these pickets can really slow you down. I'd be tempted to throw 1 or 2 fireballs their way.
Yeah, that's certainly a possibility. I mean, they're not cheap. Nothing on the experience front. But at the same time, my gut is that Chai would rather use the fireball on bigger targets, both in terms of EXP gained, but also damage taken.
Yeah, I'd probably do it only if I had at least two fireballs.
I'm really kind of impressed by how long that blizzard this Blizzard Sword has been the option. We also see Chai, number one, carrying around a coin in case a picket would like to steal that and go. Oh, Shauny found a barong. That's interesting. And it's a relatively rare monster found on floor 16, 26, and 36, and it is a gachapon machine. Looks like Chai is doing that fusion. Interesting. And you're gonna turn that back to... Are you going to equip the Gulf Wander, turn it back to final? What are we doing here, Chai? I guess he's waiting until he hits sort of this pre-Viper Town Arachne stretch. Certainly useful to have a wind monster at this point in time. I probably wouldn't get that far away due to just how... Well, I guess... Oh, that's not doing anything. On the damage front. That's not really worth the MP cost of going double time. Which is a thing to consider.
Yeah.
And there's a go-up trap, and he's lucky that it wasn't on the next floor, where that would have ruined this climb.
Looks like Shauny's really... I assume he's going more for money than for survival items, because both of them would like to come away with 30,000, ideally. Even 100,000 if they're lucky.
If they're lucky, 30,000 is a much more achievable goal, and there is the cape. That is what they want to be seeing here.
As Sand Knight says, he threw back a gold sword. Okay. I guess it's going for survival items.
That's one of the better items in terms of sheer financial gain. Shauny trying to get the Brong to come back! Come back, friend! Not using the sand, not checking what the sand is. That's an interesting one. I would at least look, because, white sand is useful. Oh, that would be
Aimed wand.
That would be a fun wand for like a regular run. Okay, Shauny, what are you hoping for? That was a flame ball. Oh, that was already.
I guess they only have like one charge, don't they?
Yeah, but I mean the one
I guess
that
it's
he
really
gave, was that a flame ball that he'd gotten from the picket?
Fully scrolls.
Yeah, that would be a handy thing. Maybe he's hoping
he
for
threw a bell
rush
back?
fruit?
Okay, if he threw a bell back, then I guess he can only really be going for rush fruit maybe.
But that's unlikely enough to happen that sometimes you gotta take something that's just good for you. Chai, taking a moment to think about what to deal with this, because oh no! Oh, that's unfortunate. That did not go the way Chai was hoping it would go, and the Weeda took him out. He is going to have to climb all the way back up to recollect the... Oh, that's a rare fruit, but not the one he's hoping for.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. So I guess he'll keep the experience on Kuhn, and he won't have to find the blue collar. But yeah, still a fairly large amount of time needs to be spent getting back to where he was.
Promising inventory, so that's gotta sting. And I'll switch over for who's in the lead here. here, because this could make up the gap that had developed in terms of general speed and progress, which was not significant, but this is pretty significant. On the other hand, this is Azure Dreams. Anything could happen. We could end up going back here. It could end up swinging wildly in the next couple of floors, or at any point. And the higher your Shauny gets, the worse a swing back could be. At the very least, Kuhn has a fair number of levels, and that'll make these early floors go a good bit faster.
Yeah. The catch is, though, if he goes too fast, he's gonna be up there with just a pizza fruit.
Yeah, that wouldn't be ideal. Let's... a white sand. That'd be great for his spell balls if he had one. For Shauny's side, the next couple of floors should be not super hard, but super hard. Also, I just realized that I didn't see what was in that. Oh, it was a U-boat egg. Oh, that's nice. Yep. I'm surprised he didn't hatch it for scouting purposes. It is free star glass. Star glasses for free.
Yeah, I guess he should want to do that like now. Yeah.
Yeah. Having star glasses makes finding quest items and elevators a lot easier. Oh, now we're seeing Shauny. He's going to fuse that Palumpa. Oh, I think I realized why he hatched it early. To ensure, because he and Kuhn were fairly close leveled, he might have been thinking, I don't want to lose Kuhn in a... Well, okay, wait, you can't lose Kuhn in the fusion, so I have no idea, why he hatched that egg so early. I guess to maybe ensure that he couldn't use it for other things, but that seems a little unnecessary. I don't know.
Yeah, no, I can't think of a reason. We'll ask him afterwards. Zubarus suggests hatch it in safe spot. I think you would normally find enough safe spots, yeah.
Maybe it was just so that he didn't forget he wanted to do that. Which is fair enough, I guess. Okay, there is that blue collar, or blue cape for Shauny, but it is not necessarily in the world's friendliest position, but he can just chuck that Viper into the next room. So things that they will be looking for here are probably number 1, more survivability, number 2, money, items worth a fair bit of money, and those can sometimes be alike, but often enough They're fairly different, and some of my favorite items for surviving are pretty cheap, but there are spell balls. Spell balls are worth a lot, and they're good for surviving, so that's like kind of your best case.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, I think Chai would just like to find some gear. There's nothing.
I guess Shauny might have wanted the rush fruit to capture a very valuable egg, or maybe like a tyrant or something. I don't know how much money they're worth.
Oh yeah, that's certainly a possibility. Hello, SpeedGaming 3! Welcome, we are in the tower climb portion of a bookless race between Shauny and Chai, showcasing this very neat little category where we're doing everything Azure Dreams has to offer, except filling out your sister's monster book. We don't have time for that. Except filling out the Pokedex, basically.
Yeah. Except you have to get hurt by a monster in order to get it entered.
Yeah, that you do.
Or hurt the monsters.
The gallery of things that cause you pain. There's that U-boat.
It's a shame he doesn't still have the Leo Lamb. He used it up on the Brawl. That can get a lot of usage out of the U-boat.
Luckily, he is able to bag it, yet send it to Scout, and rebag it because they have the collar. They are both. For those joining in from, for example, the SpeedGaming raid, both of these runners are at roughly the same point in the game, but Chai is on his second attempt at this tower climb, having lost it around floor, about at the halfway point of this big 40-floor tower climb, thus losing a couple of quest items that he's going to have to recollect on his way back up. Oh, and welcome Stealths to the party. Very annoying monster who are, in direct combat, not the most threatening, but turn this whole stretch of 23 to about 25 or 26 or so into you can't walk around with like 20 HP because they will kill you. You never know when they're going to kill you.
And they're a lot more scary when your Kuhn is water type.
Mm-hmm. I'm trying to think of what... Oh, item room. Oh, also, Shauny is now on floor 25. That means he is going to be looking for the next quest item. He is going to be looking for a picket, and not just any picket, a special white picket that has stolen the water medallion.
Yeah, so the 25th floor, finding the water picket is particularly tricky when Kuhn is water type, because to increase your chances of the water picket spawning, ideally you want to be killing lots of monsters as fast as you can, because that allows more monsters to come in. But of course, when Kuhn is water, then that's tricky on this floor.
Yeah, this would be a great time for like a monster loop if he had. And if anything happens to throw him from this floor prematurely, this run is out. This run would pretty much be not a total wash, but at least a bit of a wash. Oh, that's an interesting opportunity to use the weak ball to see is the white picket here? Is the white picket anywhere? Stealth! of quickly scouting out if there is anything in his path that's useful, relevant, important. Basically, being a monster loop without being a monster loop. Also, oof. That could have become moderately unpleasant. Probably his Cume will be able to handle it. It is pretty high level for this point in the tower due to having that earlier attempt at the 40 climb. But those weak ball charges would, number one, detect the water picket if he could find it, and number two, or rather, detect the water picket if it was in its path, and if there were any stealths in its path that were invisible, it would also hit those. So far, that scouting technique has not shown results, but it is a thing he can do.
Chai has a maneuver now. He's given up the picket.
Nice.
So it would have been nice if he had both the maneuver and the picket.
Oh, that's a good point. Boy. With the maneuver and the picket, he could do item duping, and that would probably make setting this up and getting the money he needs a lot. He could still use wild picket.
Yeah,
for duping
it's not
strats.
something I would like to do in the 40th floor climb, but yeah, that can be done.
It's there. It's a thing. But yeah, probably not the thing you'd want to be doing under these circumstances and in this situation in particular. But it is still there. Mana Weaver could do a lot of interesting things to this run, and certainly if he had found it a while ago on his first run, that would have been the ideal setup. For getting a lot of money very quickly. Also, oh no! Did Shauny appear to have lost his Q and now also has a stealth problem? That's less than ideal. And also, he still has not found a white picket. It might not be here. It might not have spawned. Oh, it looks like Chai is going back.
And there it is. Oh, he has to handle this carefully, because the picket's going to run away.
Also, Chai going back to town. Probably to hatch that Mana Weaver in the hut, I would guess, but it's certainly an interesting choice.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess that might be what he's doing. Oh,
I can't think of
picket's
what else
running away.
he's doing. Oh no! Oh, this is really bad. Everything about this situation is unfortunate.
This could be quite a strong case for keeping Cunify up till this point.
Yep.
Oh,
there it is. There's the friend. Bind it, something. You have to do something.
Yeah.
This will probably cost a lot of binding with all charges because there's nothing to.
Yeah.
With
he'll be able to do it, I guess. But yeah.
Okay, there we go. Good use of that Scarlet Wand to get just a little extra damage. Now he has to figure out... Is that gonna... Okay, that'll work, yeah. Zoo's the one with the anti-paralysis. It's okay.
Yeah, I always have to think twice about that.
Also, Chai making a stack of items in honor of this situation. Now, I would pick the Holy Scroll over the Holy Bell, but he is going the other way around. That's fair enough. I find the Holy Scroll's multiple uses to be a nice thing to have. Like, the Holy Scroll can both be used to create invulnerability for yourself, or turn a monster into your friend. Whereas while the Holy Bell can do one job, it can kind of do one job that few other things can do. And so that's the trade-off there.
Yeah, I'm not sure which one I would pick. Like, the Holy Scroll can be used anywhere, corridors and rooms, which is a very strong plus point.
Alrighty, so he's brought the Mana Weaver with him. That means he's probably planning on maybe doing some wild item duping, or at least giving that possibility. Also, yeah, the Holy Scroll would make a wild picket easier to dupe with. Also, now Shauny is in the danger zone, where I would probably just win Crystal out, because I don't have that sort of nerve to be walking around in a position where I could die very suddenly. Would not want to do that. Would want to go home.
I mean, if I didn't think I'd make it, I'd probably try and push for 28 at least to get the healing herb.
And that's exactly why I was thinking Wind Crystal.
Yep.
Shauny will be continuing from this. He is, though, going to take a small bio break.
Mm-hmm.
Also, now Chai is helping Selphie out, so that's a thing. With that picket problem. So now they are about caught up on attempt count. And now Shauny is going to have to make it all the way back up. Recollect those items once again. Fight the water picket, which somehow, I guess, respawned and picked it back up from the floor where he dropped it, I guess, is the narrative for this. He's
reloading?
He's reloading his save. Yes, I think so.
Okay.
That, with the seated towers, I hadn't thought about that. That's interesting. Because he kind of does know where everything is. At least if he remembers where everything is.
Yeah.
I hadn't thought about that as a thing that can be done specifically in this context. Huh.
Yeah, it's not something you can normally do in bookless, since we don't normally allow seated towers, but yeah, that's definitely possible here.
Well, no, well, if I had thought about that, I probably would have leaned towards maybe we not do that approach. But since we are here now, and we hadn't thought about that, whatever. It's not that big of a situation. And it is an option available technically to both runners if they desire to do so, so that's fine. Yeah, resetting is allowed in a regular run. But, the main difference is the seated tower.
Yeah.
And how, also, wait, what is that sword? Oh, it's just an iron sword. For a moment, for some reason, it caught my eye with the text as Tron on it, just not parsing that lower serif. And was like, wait, there's not a Tron sword!
Yeah, so, Skeef, just to clarify, what I meant when I said it can't be done in normal bookless is that, if you reset in normal bookless, you would just get a completely different speed. in this case, Shauny is now entering the same tower, so everything should be in the same place, if he remembers, including the quest items.
Yeah, that is the thing we're going like, huh, that's certainly a thing that's happening. That said, I think it's not a big enough deal that I would worry about it at this point. Wait, though maybe I'd make a note about it for future bookless races.
Oh yeah, I mean, in the context of it being a seeded race, yeah, I'm totally fine with it.
Yeah. We're here.
It's not exactly like you can't really get a good time gain by using it, because it means actually resetting, which is a time loss.
Right. It's just not, maybe, if used correctly and if the luck bears out, not as big a time loss as it could have been.
Mm-hmm,
Which, yeah, fair enough. We're on a schedule here. Here, and Shauny did take the time to make that save to begin with. So that pays off. In addition to the paying off in the form of not losing those wands and items. But now we're back again fairly close together. About only one floor apart.
Yeah, I guess Chai's kind of pulled into the lead now. In terms of items, and definitely he's kept the experience on Hyun.
Yeah, that is, on the other hand, the downside of Shauny's particular approach. Which isn't a huge thing either way, but does make me feel a little bit, yeah, this is an interesting strategic decision.
Yeah, it's not something that would come up normally in booklist, because normally you just throw the run at that point.
Right, and it's not something that you normally see in races, because we usually only do one shot out of the tower races. So this is an interesting little intersection. And of course, if he finds another Barong, its item roulette will be different, because that's just an RNG that is not quite under, excuse me, the auspices.
Yeah, he'd have to, unless he remembered exactly the steps he took on that floor, then yeah, it would be different.
Yeah, and that's unlikely to occur. Oh no, poison, the real slow trap.
Hopefully he'll remember where that go up trap was, though.
Yeah,
on one
that
of the floors.
Would be handy. I am actually going to take a quick run, be right back. Or not a quick run, but you know what I mean. A quick break, I will be right back.
Okay. Okay, so I guess Chai's plan is to use the maneuver on a wild picket, which you can do when he gets to 17, at least. I wonder what he will dupe. I guess he doesn't really have anything worth duping right now. Suppose the water ball might be worth some money, but either that or he might decide to dupe something for survivability, like the Holy Bell or something. Diamond. Does he? Oh, he does have a diamond shield. Oh yeah, yeah. That's good for duping.
Hello, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Mac, how
So
are
yeah,
we
they're
doing?
still pretty much neck and neck in terms of floors.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're still on the stuff that they're fairly both capable of handling in the regular sense, capable of handling in the specific context here. Here. And just generally set up nicely for, and there's not a lot to worry about. Excuse me. Shawnee will have to find the blue collar again, won't he?
Yep.
That is a thing which is part and parcel of the reset that... And I'm going to assume he remembers that fact. It's a usual thing to remember pretty much. Let's see. Oh. Mm. You don't think the volcano's doing that sort of rock pooping quite that often?
Yeah.
It's an ability they have, but you don't usually see it.
What was he eating? Ouch.
Ooh, that's unfortunate. Also,
Oh.
Not yet. Maybe yet? Shawnee might have soft
He has
luck.
mentioned, yeah, he has mentioned in
he
chat.
said that.
So that was a confused griffin? Or blind? No, confused.
Poisoned.
Poisoned. Oh. Well, I haven't seen that one before, but... Yeah, that's... Okay, yeah. The only thing you can do then is restart if it's not coming back. I mean, assuming he's already made an attempt to bring up the menu. Even if he... Does he have... He does have a wing crystal, so I assume he already knows he can try to bring up the menu. Okay, so... Shawnee will decide what to do. Try makes it up to... Which floor is that? 14th floor now. And I have to reacquire the Guru Pot.
Okay. Okay, so he will be getting back
Smashes a pot in
it.
anger.
Yep, can't blame him. That's an annoying situation to be put into.
He must be an expert on these first 5 floors now.
Yeah, I can see that. I can see that being the case. I can see that happening. Still, I think for both of our runners, this is probably not the way they would have liked this to go. This 40 climb has been giving them a lot of trouble. And it looks like Chai is almost back to hunting for quest items once more. Once he is out of the Room of the Newells. Oh man, this would be a nice room to explore, except that nothing in this room is... Oh, he's going to use that holy bell to see what else is in this room. I hope that pays off.
Yeah, I guess Paralyze is marginally better, but I wouldn't say, well, now knowing what they are, I wouldn't say that was paid off, but
probably not, but at least it's not nothing. Even if it's less than ideal.
And increasing the value of that diamond shield also means more monetary value if he's going to dupe it. Seems to be the item of choice for duping right now.
I think that is I would say that's the item for duping, at least for money purposes. And that is the main purpose. But it also serves the literal practical purpose of being more damage that he doesn't take even by the smallest amount.
Mm-hmm. Well, I assume at some point he'll switch to leather shields.
Probably. Sure after a certain point, any shield's defense is meaningless, basically. Oh, and there is the oil pot.
It'd be pretty difficult to decide how many times to dupe it, because it's sacrificing a lot of inventory space to do that.
Yeah, that is a tricky one. Particularly when there's still going to be a fair bit of power left by any time you could do that with a wild picket. Clever routing, some nice routing to avoid basically just what a mess the other way up to this room was. And so now onward to floor 16 for Chai.
He might be tempted to fish in the barong for a maybe a dark sword or a holy sword. That'd be 10k, and that would be perfect for
Yeah.
tubing.
That would be perfect. It looks like he's at least poking around, hoping that there is a barong to help him out here.
Yeah, I mean the odds of
Okay. And never mind. Fortunately,
yeah, the odds of getting something at least 5k worth would be quite reasonable for the barong.
Chai's inventory is not fantastic. It could be worse. It could absolutely be worse. But it could also definitely be better. And that's something I would also say is true of Shauny's inventory. It's not bad.
Yeah, he's got no real, get out of a tough situation items.
Yeah, and that is, that could be special friend. And it's not. Like, at this point, I'm not sure what even special friend would be in this scenario. Garuda still, this is unfortunate. Less than an ideal situation, this one. And the elevator is all the way against the wall. One-room floors are... one-room floors surrounded by pickets. Oof. Not the floor to play around with Manueva. Hello! Oh yes, this is not the ideal situation Shiva himself in, but luckily he can at least escape upstairs. And maybe the next floor will be a little bit kinder for anything he might want to wild picket for.
Mm-hmm.
Like he's thinking about whether to just have the fruit to throw at a picket on hand immediately. Ooh, this is a mean set of monsters coming directly his way. And I don't think there's any way he's going to get out of this without having to deal with something. Oh, he did ditch the shield entirely. I would have at least kept it for the one space, so I think he's decided he's not worrying about duping thing at the moment, so I'm not quite sure or what he's hoping for from that Manueva. That he
might have been
up here.
It might have been that he was hoping for a more valuable item and decided he'd only dupe if he managed to get one.
Or possibly he wanted, like, double pull slots at the barong slots? That seems unlikely. Oh, this is one of my favorite little edge tricks. Yeah, he might have wanted it for infinite barong usage. Luckily, Shauny... And he finds the blue collar once again into the fray. And that's a rough way to the elevator.
Kai is on 19th floor. I'm not sure why he's being extra careful with the traps here?
Yeah, that's a good question. Anyway, it is now time to find the blue cape and guess where that might be hiding.
Yeah, so Kuhn's double attack will start becoming a lot more useful soon, especially for floor 25. As he's still fire.
Inventory-wise, it's still more or less the same situation they were in earlier, where there's not quite any especially desirable or problem-solving items. There's a little bit, but it's not a blessed inventory, let's put it that way. And so I think anything they can find on their quests for various things to help them get with various things and actually accomplish all of their assorted goals would be what you would hope for here.
So that egg in Shauny's inventory, the sky blue egg, is that the U-boat egg then?
I believe that is the U-boat egg.
Okay.
So we will see if there will be more Barong slots today. Okay, though there's still future opportunities since the Barongs do spawn on 3 separate floors, but the further you are into the tower, the less appealing the Barong waiting around for the Barong slots becomes.
Hmm.
Yeah. Czaj has about made it back into the zone where thinking about how to that's just mean game.
Huh.
Poison trap, the true slow trap.
It's quite a lot of herbs.
Yeah. At least one of which will be tossed aside for the good herb when we get to it. But it makes it sound like, when I say that, it makes it sound like Co is a drug dealer. But that does seem to be what the tower wants to toss Czaj's way the most, and that flame ball must feel very nice, because that really does open up some possibilities for situations that can be handled now.
Yep.
Looks like he's making a little bit of inventory space before we go on.
I guess he might be holding onto the herbs because Kuhn's losing a lot of MP.
Yeah, that's the downside of doubled speed. Is that everything that he does still costs MP, the normal amount. And pita fruits aren't that common. Meanwhile, At last, Shauny finds that barong he was hoping to find. Oh, that's pretty good for a start. And that is an egg, and that could be something fun. Not as fun as an earlier egg would be, but still. You know, and at the very least, it's money. Or a bomb, and either of those are pretty good options.
Mm-hmm. Arachne.
Oh, that's a friend. That's a friend. That is the best thing I think that it could have been on this floor.
It's really the only thing you would want to hatch from this point onwards. If you were to get it here, yeah.
Yeah, and it looks like he has made that decision that he wants to hatch this egg. I'd probably fuse it into Cube, but then again, you don't have to fight after this, really. Like,
Well, you
after
do
this one
for
climb.
425. Oh, after the climb, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I meant. And so having it go away after this one climb wouldn't be the worst outcome.
Yep.
Or maybe he fuses it into Banaweva and therefore has multiple options, but that's I think just being silly. Using the less valuable herb to distract the viper, because vipers, being vipers, eat eggs, and it wants a snack, and it will go for that snack. The two of them are actually... it did not swallow the Kraken.
Oh no, what I was about to say was, had it swallowed the egg, this would be one of the very rare situations where the weakened egg would actually be a big deal. Because it weakens their attack, doesn't it?
Oh, right, as an egg bomb.
No, as a... When you hatch the egg,
this was the Kraken egg.
Oh, the Kraken egg. Oh, I thought it was the Arachne egg. Okay.
No. Oh, but he might have been thinking about that in choosing the less valuable egg. And the one whose attack is less relevant here. Yes, let's make that LVE less valuable egg. Oh, a flat scroll. That's interesting. I didn't notice that Shauny had gotten that from the wrong before, but that makes sense. And as an item to want to hang on to, that makes everything to run enormous flat hallway. Which does have its advantages.
Yeah, it'd be interesting for the Picket hunt, because Picket won't actually run away from you when it enters the room, which is no longer a room. It will just go round the edges.
Yeah, that'd be useful. I hadn't even thought about that specific facet of it, and was just thinking about it in terms of the general range of vision for monsters being different between hallways and rooms. at the moment, Shauny is not quite in a situation, but certainly in a bit of a spot as he is looking for that thing, and I think it hasn't occurred to him that this is, and now we're seeing that Kraken get deployed, so now any egg we see used for Viper bait or other things is gonna have to be the Arachne egg. The most valuable egg he has at the moment. And yeah, that Kuhn's ability MP has dropped really low. And this might be what he's saving the Arachne for, not for like being food. That's an option, but I don't think that's the option he would take here.
No.
But when Kuhn runs out, actually fusing does things with MP, doesn't it?
Yeah, it would average between them, which wouldn't really be a lot.
No, it would
He
not.
still really needs some MP items. If he's going to fuse, he might just ditch Kuhn and go with all Arachne.
Yeah, that is the other thing he could do here. Hello, new friend. We will see what he ultimately decides to do. And the worst time to be on the floor with the elevator, in the room with the elevator, is on a floor you need to be on.
Yeah.
And need to hang out on. I think he probably is wanting to keep Kuhn if only for this floor. Or if only for finding that white picket.
Yeah, he'll probably have to use all those herbs to keep him afloat.
He does also have the flame ball as backup should that happen. And Shauny is right on Chai's heels at this point. At this point, coming up also on this picket. Oh, that was fast.
Yeah, I feel like I saw it in the camera spin in. I can never really be sure though, it's hard to spot him.
Oh, no way. It did not work out quite the way Chai was hoping it would. So yeah, flame ball. And that's the water medal. Next up is floor 28, and then just running up the tower for all he's worth. Oh, hey! We're wrong. What you gonna do with that, Chai? That is a lucky Barong option. And now it is time for White Picket Hunt Part 3? 4? How many White Picket Hunts are we on?
Oh, across both of them.
Yeah, across both of them.
I guess 4?
Interesting that he is going to be trying to use that to fling at monsters to make them turn around. So, what the Mana Weaver was for, I do not know. Oh, now we know. Now we are getting to see that he might just... No? Oh, he is checking for traps. Getting out the arachne, now what?
Oops. Bad arachne.
Yeah, not the intention here. So now he must be thinking about using that manually. He just wants to make sure that nothing is coming to make his day worse. And there's that white picket on Shauny's side.
There he is.
This is not gonna be a hard hunt this time for either of them. And that must come as a relief given just how this has gone.
Well, we had 4 Picket visits, and Picket was actually present for all 4 of them, so...
That's great. That's nice.
Oh! Okay, yeah, that's the lever.
Also, hey! 4 wrongs! That's funny. Time to stop using the homemade barong, the store-bought barong, and go for the homemade.
So yeah, that star glass will be useful for 28, but ideally he'd want a trap loop as well.
Yeah, that would be the ideal setup. Chai is going to take a 2-minute break.
Okay.
And that is fair. This is a position where I wouldn't be too worried to do it. Which is a weird statement, but is how I feel sometimes. Everything is turn-based, and so it doesn't make sense for me to worry. But in the meanwhile, Shauny is actually going to be taking the floor lead in just a second.
Yep.
And onto that last quest, or nearly onto that last quest item. Don't want to jinx it. And once there, everything else is going to be getting to the top of the tower. And thus allowing you to enable these things. Palumpa. This is a weird time. Well, I guess no time like when you're facing down a monster you would rather be water for to deal with water. But yes, well, someone in chat has pointed out, if you want to catch more Azure Dreams, be sure to look at our Discord. We have all sorts of resources about all sorts of runs and can notify you for any Azure streams. Okay, Jai is once again back and will presumably be playing with more Gachapon. This has been a generous floor 26 in this regard. Though now he's going to have to make difficult decisions. About which items he wants to keep. That could be something good on the financial front, but that's probably not what Chai is hoping for here. I just think this room is now very funny. The chamber of sleeping monster of NP emptied monsters. Oh, stop that, Manaweeva. Red forms. We see this sometimes with Abduct, but the de-randomizing randomizer churning codes Those class from tamer to runner sometimes create situations, let's say. Also a string one, that's pretty good! Considering that Arachne is now like the primary monster for this run. That would be great if what there was a block in that egg, but it's not, and there isn't. So now it is time to think about that snowman and what you're going to do about it. Are you going to leave, or are you going to go up? What's the plan? Are you going to have your new friend fight it off? Yeah, this slightly cramped situation, what with the Chamber of Sleeping Monsters and all. Giving it a little bit of a hard time. In the meanwhile, it's time to find the healing herb on Shauny's side. The shenanigans were just so interesting that I kind of looked away for a minute. And he has moved on to the next important objective. Oh, that's not bad. So what he's hoping for here is, number one, not to find a dangerous situation, and number two, not to find a trap. Well, a dangerous situation you can't get out of. His resources for getting out of things aren't bad, but the quest items are starting to crowd out the inventory a little bit.
There it is.
And there it is. I like that the healing herb's description is so specific. Not just heals disease, but specifically heals disease of Cheryl.
The prophecy.
The prophecy. I guess the reason that line spawns is that the only reason Ko has to care about it, otherwise he would just entirely disregard it so profoundly that we wouldn't even be able to see it.
Yeah, because it is an item that actually does stuff. It does... I guess it's a cure-all, but it also... Yeah, I don't often use it. I think it acts as a cure-all.
That said, yes, a trap scroll, the exact opposite of what you want in this situation. Interesting, bringing out Hune again for that MP, but it does leave him with a couple of monsters he can count on as he goes up this tower, which, like, Chai, have you maybe considered doing that? We've been here for quite a while. Shauny, close to the point where we get the game's only tower-related story. And boy, is this a nasty run. Oh, the flat scroll got used. Now all is one room. Now all is one room hallway. Roomway. And Chai, are you gonna keep playing the game? The slots? I think he's gonna keep playing the slots, folks.
I guess he missed an opportunity to use that right at the beginning of this floor, because then he wouldn't have to worry about those snowmen and stuff, if he's in the right place.
Yeah, and in that regard, the center of a room... Now, a holy scroll is pretty nice. And he's just... Oh, right, he just
did he just
got
get it? Okay.
Well, Shauny's the one who's had one from 416 Baron plays.
Oh yeah, he's still got that. I guess he didn't use it for the picket floor.
Mm-hmm. Huh. Not sure what to make of this particular bit of finagling, but in the meanwhile, you don't often actually see Nathless being fought, and muscle memory has got to make that rough, if nothing else, because I don't think there are Manoivas on this floor. Oh no, there are. Never mind.
Yeah.
Apparently my instinct that everything that can be a Manoiva was right for a change. And now we're getting up to that elevator. Presumably. Nope, we're not.
I think the earthquake might be coming soon.
Yeah, that's a mechanic in this game. The earthquake exists. It's to discourage players from just camping out forever. Die. But it also forms the basis of one of our sillier run categories. Or is the whatchamacallit? The earthquake percent, where you climb the tower using only earthquakes as quickly as possible. So, as slowly as possible, basically. As quickly as slowly. Meanwhile, that was, on Shauny's side, the only bit of sword in the tower of the game, except at the very top. Basically, it amounts to... Hello, my name is Beldo Montoya. I killed your father, prepare to die. Not how you normally think that speech would go, but it works for Beldo, so who are we to judge? Ooh, water crystal, that's nice. So, I'm not going to dignify this. Dignify this very long section of just playing the wrong slots for a while. And now, okay, settling in to play it for a long while, it looks like. Which, fair enough, if you're gonna do it, you might as well do it a lot. That being said, Shauny is taking this chance to climb the tower and getting very close. So while this is the most dangerous stretch of tower, he's also pretty alright on resources. There are at least a couple of particularly bad corners outside of just regular combat that he can get out of if he needs to. And that's...
Windable. I'd be tempted to keep that, even if it's just one charge.
Even if it's just one charge, but... Maybe it looks like he is also tempted and thinking before returning to his spot.
Is that a holy bell he threw back?
I'm not sure what he's looking for at this point. And in fact, that would be the big question I have. What are you looking for, Chai? What are you hoping to get specifically?
It would be a good question for both.
Or just
both of them,
broadly. Yeah, they both
Shauny
have
spent
played
considerable amount of time. Yeah.
They may have different reasons as well. Yeah, another holy buff on back.
Funny. It's also a get out of jail and out of free card. If there's some emergency, because most of the monsters up here are pretty stellar egg bombs.
If he's throwing the holy buff back, then I guess he's only going for the 10k items. The 5k, 10k items.
Yeah, that makes sense.
She just gets to receive one. Yeah, statistically he should have received one by now, so he's not had a good time. Like I would say about 100 to get a rush fruit. I'd say maybe 100. You'd expect to do about 100 rolls before you get it.
Yeah, that about checks out. Shauny at this point could pretty much keep this up all day. The levels are pretty good for this part of the town. Or if any levels can be, you know. So there's not a whole lot. And there's always danger, but I think that there's very little chance, let's put it that way, comparatively little chance of anything blowing up the run. Still, he is scouting, because any amount of chance lower you can make that is good.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, for example, that's not ideal, but he does have something for that. Oh, that's a thing that I don't think I've seen before. Or wait, no, I've seen it before. In fact, I've seen it in this very stretch of Barong. Just, it's a thing that no, actually there are in fact 2 herbs that I went, so yeah, that was actually a different herb with a similar effect, and it looks like Shauny might, nope, I thought Shauny was going to play that warp trap, and maybe he was thinking of it, or maybe he just wants to be really sure, because after a couple of those, it must be, oh, a sword, but not the sword he wants. And Shauny, using that scroll,
finally we get the first
which
one, yeah.
has the advantage of making the glaciers less aggro, but the disadvantage. Yeah, trap loop would be a good thing to get out of this, but I feel like we've seen one by this point.
Yeah, and I don't think he'd invest that much time, because you can just strike every tile, and it doesn't take that much time in the rooms to just strike every tile. That's what Shauny was doing.
That's neat. We're seeing a lot of neat items because we're here forever. For the record, if we were doing 100%, it would be a lot more like this.
Yeah.
Like, constantly like this. Oh, looks like Shauny is hoping to at least get a little bit of the slots going on. Probably can't get... No, it looks like everything will work out so that he can do more if he wants more, because at this point he's probably looking for either things to carry him over this last little threshold, or more things to sell for money. And we're seeing some scouting, presumably because this situation put Shauny in a couple of things. Number one, it's much easier to see the elevator in any of these hallways. Number two, like, glaciers and glaciers would do a lot of curling on these halls if given the opportunity.
Yeah.
But now he is up, out into floor 37. Just a couple more floors to go because floor 40 is scripted.
I can't believe Chai hasn't hit the earthquake yet.
Astonishing, really. Yeah, this is why we don't see a lot of earthquake percent funds. Admittedly, he's doing a lot with his turns.
Yeah.
Oh, Dark Sword. And he's throwing it, so
Oh.
I don't even know what he wants anymore. Chai, what are you doing? Why are you doing it? Do you remember at this point?
I guess the
What
only
your
thing can be
goal
the
is.
rush through, but I don't know the reason.
Yeah, there's...
Like, I don't know what he wants to do use with the rush through at this point.
Yeah, I guess a picket on another entry, but I'm not sure this is worth that. I'd maybe get the Dark Sword anyway. Because at some point we're gonna hit like the sunken cost here.
Hmm.
Here. We're now at... Yeah, Shauny is getting close to the point where, like, if this were any percent, number one, he'd have done a lot of unnecessary things, but number two, he'd also have won, and we're almost to that egg. And after that, things are going to sort of change direction for Shauny. Funny. And the tower run, and the real tower time will be pretty much over at that point.
Yeah, it's a great feeling when you get to that point.
Ooh, 100 HP. That's neat. No, and I think what's interesting comparing this to watching an any percent style Rock Me to the Top race is that in a Rock Me to the Top sort of setup, this is number one, endgame. Number two, in fact, now, normally that would feel a lot more touch and go. Oh. And go, that would feel very dangerous around every corner because in any percent your levels are just a lot lower and you do a lot less fighting. And so everything becomes significantly more dangerous. Some of the items that Chai is finding through the Barong Gachapon are items that seem to specifically specifically be relevant to the fabled second tower. Where, well, I say fabled, but it's a weird little mechanical doodah that was sort of hidden away in the game's code despite being completed. Or nearly completed. It's pretty buggy, but otherwise fairly serviceable. It is a tower with lots more floors, up to about 99 before it starts getting real glitchy. Which monsters are there is randomized, and all items are kind of hidden the way eggs are hidden. And that means that you can kind of only use them through truth glasses if you find them, or using them, and that's where things like an herb that poisons, an herb that weakens attack power, an herb that weakens defense power, a scroll that turns everything into gold coins becomes relevant.
Mm-hmm. Well, Shawnee chose to forgive Boone, which must have gone against his instincts.
Yeah, he does
But
like
he needs
going
them.
to trash,
He
but
needs
he
them
needs
for the
him.
floor 2 climbs, yeah.
He needs him to destroy himself. And isn't forgiving Thing-Cune the most destroying yourself you can do? I get it, I actually like forgiving Cune because I'm a nice person. And there's Cheryl's line about the blue sky, which, Cheryl, shouldn't you be in bed? We're bringing the herb, just wait 10 minutes. But yeah, now Shauny has the most fancy set of items, basically. And is going to start dropping off all of these. Oh, a kid egg, that's neat.
Ooh.
Anyway, now it's the choice of whether or not to tell her, and therefore what path she pursues in life. And now that's done, fine. That quest, the healing herb quest, is now at this point basically complete, and its path on to her side quest can continue.
Yeah, I just realized what I was saying about the dark sword and stuff didn't actually matter.
Don't sell the water medallion. Also, it's weird that you can sell that. But there he goes, not quite being able to get get the money he needs, even if he sells everything but the water medallion. That's not fantastic. Well, actually, correction, he can get up at least to the 30,000 mark, and that's the important one. From there, everything else is... Oh, that is interesting. I hadn't noticed right away. That's interesting. Also, we need to remind him to update his state display.
So the next tower trip, Shawnee will be able to switch off the VSync, because its natural state is on. So once they switch it off, a lot of this town stuff would be able to breeze through it.
Yeah, and that's the big appeal of doing this climb when you do, and also to do all of the tower at once, basically. And Chai is moving on. We are
thought we'd be seeing the earthquake
of Azure Dreams. Yeah, it's stunning that the earthquake just didn't happen. But in the meanwhile, Shawnee is going and delivering all of his nice loot to all of the people in town. That's neat. Yeah, now the question is what to do with it. With it picked up, with his arachnid picked up like that, he can kind of just let the Manaweavers pass by because their range of vision is not. Oh, also, yeah, Shawnee delivering the blue cape means that Okami, the bartender's lover, died in the tower, and that's unfortunate. She is very sad and is going to temporarily close the bar down.
Yeah, we'll see. Is the orange state now as he's choosing to build them.
Oh yeah. He is managing to make those updates. He's also getting the theater built, which is important. And that's a tricky little bit of the Zeus trick. It can also paralyze by doing that, and that is the more threatening of the outcomes of dealing with Zeus.
Yes.
Fun fact, while an arachnid acquired through, say, the de-randomizing randomizers randomized starting familiar option, I cannot say that 5 times. 3 times fast. This Arash is one that he can just pick up. Oh, and Hextree has momentarily... Okay, there we go. I'm guessing it's just internet problems. But it looks like Shawnee is also working on talking to the blacksmith to start getting the option to build some of the sillier buildings. Yeah. Because there are some silly buildings that don't really do anything functional. They're just there.
Yeah, the gym is probably the silliest.
Yeah. There's also a bowling alley. In case you ever... which has a monster exclusive to it for the monster book. The bowling alley monster, the bowling pin monster. I love the bowling pin monster. At least I think it's exclusive to it. Maybe I'm thinking of... I'm not sure whether or not the bowling ball monster and the general power-up were giving monster. So... Hey, blinding the Manaweaver! That's neat. To both detect it and not get hit by it. Which is a pretty neat thing. Also... Oh, no. Oh, okay, we hadn't missed it. I was like, wait a second, did I miss 428 on Chai's side? Did Chai miss 428 on Chai's side?
He's running across those tiles. I'd be striking every tile at this point.
Yeah, I'm not confident that fortune favors the bold, frankly. Fortune, in my experience, does not favor the bold. And now, Chai needs to remember what he is here to do. And look, his house is nicer. He's got a bed. It's a nice bed. But he probably meant to pick up Q.
So did Shawnee actually toggle the V-Sync? I can't really tell. It doesn't look much different.
I don't know off the top of my head.
It looks like he didn't. He might do it next trip.
And now, Chai has to think about, okay, he is committed. He is all in on this. Yes, and now with the tower, or no more quest items to worry about. Nothing but death can spoil this run. But death is still possible.
That's a very nice odds table.
Yeah, it is. So now what Shauny is going to be doing is cheating at the races. A lot. And throwing races, specifically. To ensure his most favorable outcome in the gambling. And like,
I think he got it right. Yeah, 4 is trailing behind.
Because one of the racers will pretty much always hit the wall and thus be out of contention pretty much immediately. Which means that you really only have 2 races that you'll want to get right. And then, you know, because the other one's you and you're throwing so hard that, boy, everyone else at the racetrack must hate you so much.
Well, people are still betting on you.
In on the scam. Someone must be in on the scam. But either way, you pretty much just have to see which of the ones you want to win, which ones are going to come in first and second, and that's all you care about getting right, and then you can possibly get the money you need. Otherwise, you reload.
Yeah.
And that's presumably why Chai wanted to avoid that. So we're going to see a lot of saving and reloading, and also, now that I think about it by seeing the save screen, you can see that, for some reason, one of the girl icons is Belva?
Sorry?
And I've never known why that is. I don't think anyone's ever known why that is. I guess it's just, where else can you save the information?
Oh, yeah.
But it also led to a lot of schoolyard rumors back in the day about, like, maybe that slot was for other things originally. Maybe Beldo's covering something up. Maybe it's conspiracy by the localization team. Maybe you could date Gosh at one point in time.
Yeah, that was the rumor in the walkthrough, that space was reserved for Gosh in the Japanese version, which is not true because I played through it and it's still Beldo.
Yeah. It's just a schoolyard rumor from the golden days of Mew Under the Truck. There's a couple of those. There's also, number one, there's a lot of rumors about Gosh's house. Just a lot of them center around, it's weird that Gosh's house is like that. But
Shauny has to reload.
Mm-hmm.
Shame, those were good odds. I mean, good payouts. 42.
Yeah. Yeah. So the next goal for him financially is to get 100,000, and that'll cover the casino, and from there the casino will cover just about everything else. This is all gambling all the way, basically.
Yeah, I think he might be going for 110,000 because it depends which he'll get first. I think he'll be going for get the house and the temple so that the bishop suggests the casino. Either that or visit Vivian enough times. Oh, he's actually betting on himself. Okay.
Okay, we might actually see someone attempt to win a race in a bookless run. I know. Oh, shocking.
Yeah, the problem with
The race
this approach,
mini
of course,
game is not very good.
Yeah, and if you bet on yourself, the catch is that you won't know until the race is actually finished what the result will be. So no early restarts, you have to play through it.
Meanwhile, Chai has been making good time up this tower climb. That Arachne can pretty much keep going forever. Or within the bounds of MP. Which, like, sorry about all those MP items you had. Still, there's not much further left to go.
No, not quite.
Oh, and then we will say farewell to friend Darash. But also, man, this is a room. Does he still have uses on the acid rainbow? Because this might be the time for that. For one thing, because that MP is about to run out. Direct attacking being pretty expensive in that regard, and I suppose he could feed an egg to the Arachne, but it looks like he's going to wait just a little bit longer and see what he can squeeze out of it before he does that, since that egg represents a not insignificant payout. Speaking of payouts, how's the racing going? Wing Shauny? Not bad so far, actually. Hey, looking at it, that's quite a bit of
Well,
cash.
it's only the one win. He already had quite a good amount of cash.
Yeah, that's right. There was a lot from that.
He's getting very good payout odds, though. Like, normally you have to go in and out quite a few times before you even get above, like, 20, 24. But he's getting, like, every time, like, 40 plus, 30 plus. Just not getting the wins.
Yep, looks like feeding that egg to good old Aaron there. Here. Eggs are pretty multi-use, and that's one of the nicer things about them. That said, the one thing to be cautious about if you're in Chai's shoes is, number one, that binding ball will not last forever, and number two, Arachnes are kind of like glass cannons. They've got great attack, but they're pretty squish. Also, oh, that's pretty nice odds. And looked like he might be thinking of trying to do well in a race. But then again, maybe I'm mistaken and I'm thinking about the numbers wrong. He had an image for this.
No, you were right. I think he knows he can catch up, so he's not too worried.
It's a shame that the racing game in Azure Dreams isn't just a bit more fun. For all that we see, the controls are just not quite good.
Yeah.
And so it doesn't really feel like fun racing. But also, I don't know why the mules get called horses. But you never know. Maybe horses in the world of Azure Dreams are just very different creatures. You know, mules.
Yeah, maybe they call them horses when they're being used like in the capacity of carrying a person.
Yeah, that could do it. Meanwhile, Chai has made it up the top and is getting all of the backstory. Story about how Guy died, how Beldo betrayed Guy, and Guy died, sealing the ultimate egg so that Beldo couldn't have it, and it could only be unlocked by Ko, because Ko has Guy's blood. And now Beldo's making you bleed Guy's blood all over the floor. His magic Cune arm, because that's a thing. Also, I like how Cune's goggles become like a bracelet. I think that's a really... I want to know which part of that design came first.
Yeah.
I think the monster had to have come first in the design phase. And then someone must have come up with the idea of, hey, what if we made his like little goggles, which I guess must be in because like Digimon is the thing at this point in time. I mean, I can't help but feel that there's a Digimon element. Also, it looks like everyone forgives Cune because that is the best thing to do here. Here it allows Cune to send you back home repeatedly.
Chai has, Oh, no, he hatched it in the tower, didn't he? Yeah, so he doesn't keep it.
Yeah, he doesn't keep the Iraq. And yeah, the race was in fact shorter than... Pretty short, so that was interesting. It's a neat thing that I can't say I've ever thought about. How long do these races normally last? I've never really considered it. And Cheryl gets her name dropped. So now, they are both on the town building phase, and we'll see how things went in terms of like the sheer finances of that trip. I don't think it's as lucrative as Shauny's equivalent trip was, which, given the effort, kind of unfortunate. But yeah, the game does in fact tell you, hey, you can keep playing. We're not done yet. Interesting to not take the sword from now I'm gonna cover. Well, I suppose inventory space.
Yeah, it's not... How much is it worth? I'm not sure. 8k maybe? But yeah, he would want to... Yeah, might as well sell it.
Interesting to also to be stacking items as opposed to... Oh, that's why, okay. He has things he actually wants to do things with, sell mostly.
Yeah. He would only want to sell at this point, I don't think. Yeah, I don't know why you didn't pick up the sword. That's surely worth more than some of those items.
We'll probably find out. I will also remind Chai to switch Cracker over. We see Chai talking to the priest, who we just don't see that often. And it's kind of funny that way.
Oh.
That way, because we start time basically after all of his stuff, and in fact, sometimes even skip it for purposes.
So Chai's keeping the ultimate egg. Does he want to dupe it?
He might.
Yeah, it looks like he's setting it up.
That's an interesting choice. I mean, it makes sense. If you're gonna do one item, that would be it.
Yeah, time-wise it might work out. Yeah. He would have to dupe it only about 8 times, and then he'd have enough money for everything.
Also, there's now a Code t-shirt stand, which is one of my favorite little bits. I always think it's interesting, like, the way the game, number one, takes control, and number two, slows a little bit on that giving the blue cape. It wants, for just a moment, to be cinematic in some way.
Yeah, I can't think of any other moments like that. I don't think Shauny is actually using the VSync toggle.
He might not. Which is interesting.
Or he could be waiting until the selfie scene is done with. Have they? No, he's already done the Palumpa scene, hasn't he?
He's done the Palumpa scene.
Yeah.
But isn't there a U-boat scene?
The U-boat scene is fine, unless Shauny isn't aware of that.
Oh,
But
that might be it.
Nothing happens. Nothing bad actually happens with the U-boat scene. So if Chai is planning to dupe, that means he's now going to have to climb to 417. That's why he has the Holy Scroll as well.
Yeah, that would cover it, and we'll see, I guess, which ultimately ends up being the faster approach. I mean, give or take the struggles goes with trying to get that out of a brawn. But I think... Oh, that's... Well, okay, that's unfortunate for Cub. Oh. Hey there, little buddy. And yeah, now it's slot machine time. I actually kind of like the slot machine prize dispensing in the form of coins. I think that's fun. In fact, in general, the casino, pretty good.
Okay, so he's going to the other room to kind of reset the machine. Probably because his muscle memory for the his muscle memory for the timing of the slots assumes it starts at 777. Yes.
Oh, that egg could be something very useful at this specific point. Well, at any point, really, in a bookless run. But specifically in a bookless run, because that could be a balloon. And balloons have the power to take you to floor 2. Over and over and over again. And it's a noise, which is not useful. That's sad. You know, he might be doing the tower that Shauny cleared 40 at. I don't recall exactly how many entries it was. Or, for that matter, and I don't recall a noise egg being there, so maybe not.
Let's see if Sean is going to punch Nico.
Now, what's Shauny do? Okay, just taking a moment. Meanwhile, after that lovely little song...
Did he not get a chance to fuse Arachne into Kuhn before he left the tower?
I don't think he thought about that.
Yeah.
Which is a shame. I suppose, well, okay, it makes a difference here specifically. But probably not much of one.
Well, he didn't punch Nico.
Oh well. We are choosing peace today.
Gonna buy the bike? Yeah.
So now it's time for the motorbike, which looks nothing like a motorbike.
Yeah, I guess it's supposed to look like a new L. Well, I didn't realize that for a long time.
Yeah, same. But that's the only thing that makes sense. At least that makes sense. It's on a PG-13 stream.
Yes. So now Shawnee should be able to just keep going in and out to Barry until he suggests the gym. It's
a neat little thing. I do kind of wish there was... I've never really been sure exactly why they kind of give you the option of selecting where things will be, because there's not really a whole lot of variation possible. Now, one thing that, like... Oh, wait, never mind. I realized that there was one thing that Chai probably wanted and did in fact have, so that works out. But I just hadn't seen him pick up the wind crystal, and so was thinking, wow, it would be really rude of the game, but entirely in its character, if he just hadn't found one yet. Yeah, now it is time for Shauny to just give him, the carpenters, all of the work.
Time for eating? I think so.
Yep, and this is another third girl. This is Patty, who's actually one of my favorites. And also, we now get to experience one of the weirder bits of Azure dreams in some way. Namely, that there is like a bunch of interesting food descriptions for every item on this menu. He might not have toggled these things.
Yeah, it's not toggled, so it's gonna be the slow version.
I love I never bilked you. This game has some great dialogue choices.
Both of the runners have now passed the first and second place records for Bookless. What's the third place? Let me check.
And that just speaks to how competitive some of this is.
Oh yeah, he might not have figured that out. It is quite tricky to set that up.
Point. It does require a second controller to do. And yeah, Shauny is saying can't use these. So that would do that. Ooh, egg. At this point, it's rather secondary to anything of note, but it is there. This might be the remote egg. You're right. If it is the U-boat egg, we will know that that is how the tower climbs, like, finish out. And it looks like Chai is getting some of that elevator luck to hopefully and quickly get him to 17, as that is what he has been waiting for. I love like Gosh's angry animation that we don't really get to see play out in full, where he just shakes his fist and then his eyebrow goes up and down.
So I assume Shauny is ticking off his circles on his notes, which I always keep meaning to do, but I never end up doing. Luckily, I don't think I've missed a meal yet, but one day I will.
Czaj has really, at this point, almost no purpose in playing Gotcha. He's played Gotcha. He's played so much Gotcha. There is no beginning and no end. Okay, there's both a beginning and an end. We have seen it. But now the next part is pick it.
Might have had a reason last climb, Skeef, but we don't really know what his plan was then.
I think it was probably just that a good opportunity didn't present itself.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, distinct lack of pickets. What's the deal with the lack of pickets? Meanwhile, I'm pretty sure, I'm trying to remember what dish it was where there was just so much enthusiasm for stuff that came from a cow. A mythical creature known as the cow. Because desert.
It's like the beef rice. Yeah.
Yeah. You'd hope that remembering that, like, fried prawns is her specialty would do something mechanically, give extra affection, move points through things, but it doesn't. Like, later on where she might cook for you, you'd hope that would do something, but it doesn't. And meanwhile, no pickets. Why have they deserted? Czaj is probably wondering why they have deserted him. It is not quite fair. And there's some interesting stuff in, like, the food descriptions that we get this weirdly semi-developed world that Azure Dreams has. It's where you suddenly start to get, like, a sense of the geography of where important things are. Or say, where various food is, and things like the sandfish used to make the sand cutlets.
The English is also very good here.
Yeah. The English is also very something. It's definitely very here. But also, Czaj running out of MP there. And still has not found the picket that will set him free. The Sandfish is the best fish, Sand Knight. Oh, there's the picket! At last he has found him. Provided he does not run immediately out of sight. Which is what happens. But now we know that there is a picket. It exists. Honestly, I would love to see more of Azure Dreams' weird world where there are birds that regrow their comb every morning. There's the picket, and I believe I have lost its text tree for a moment, but now is the time. Now is picket time. It's picket time! Czaj, you're going to remember what you're doing with the picket, right? Because it's kind of weird to just go out in the middle. I mean, I guess the hallway does at least, like, prevent monster aggro when it's directly on you, but...
I would normally
weird.
go on the edge between a room and the hallway.
Yeah, that would make sense. That'd be a good spot for it. Anyway, now you need... Now we're seeing one of the glitchier things is item duping. With a Mana Weave and a Picket, you can have the Mana Weave a Picket shriel the item.
What's going on here?
I think we are currently in the shrieling an item loop of duping it. Because the inventory is weird.
Oh, I see.
Meanwhile, actual Picket, not commanded, needed to be a friend.
Yeah, as someone pointed out in the Discord a while back, Chai doesn't need to be doing this. What you can do is just try to send it home, and instead of going home, it will just turn back to Maneuver.
Yeah. So meeting the last of the girls, Vivian, who, like, I both relate to more as an adult than I did as a kid, and, like, in general, more than I did when I was younger. Or she's interesting, if only by merit of being, you know, the one who's kind of the least a teenager for this teenage main character and the teenage audience. And she's one of the, like, more annoying girls to get or deal with, maybe is the word I'm looking for.
Yeah, she does normally take the longest, well, apart from Selfie's tower climbs, but if you're ignoring the tower aspect, then yeah, Vivian's probably the longest you spend in town.
Mm-hmm. Row up! I'm never going to get tired of the various things that happen typographically due to the difference between the items and the not items, I guess. And now it looks like Chai has zoomed in partially just... oh wait, that's the wrong monster. To make it so that there's less happening around him for the game to be looking at, basically.
Yeah, he'll probably want, I think, 8 or 9. I think 9 eggs altogether. He shouldn't have stepped onto that egg. It disappeared. You need to, the egg has a script attached to it, so you actually need to pick it up manually.
Oh, that's interesting.
Or it just disappears. I think it's supposed to basically do the same thing as what happens at the end of the game. You step on it and...
Right.
Yeah.
Hopefully he'll catch that in the future ones, because that's an interesting issue that I haven't really thought of. This game, perfectly programmed, there's no problems, just throw up your ultimate egg.
Yeah, I think he's realized. But without state
Yeah.
display, he might not have realized. He might have then just gone and stepped over all the eggs.
But now we're getting to, like, the humbler dishes. And soon we'll get to one of my favorite descriptions of them all.
Nah, we've had curry a while back, Skeeth.
I was talking about the yes, it's rice. Just nice.
Yeah.
Also, hey, the last girl, and I think everyone's least favorite.
Did he not eat the rice?
He might not have eaten the rice unless rice comes before the natto, which is possible, but I don't think so. Also, just sneaking past. But yeah, wild picket duping. Thing. And so now it is time for Chai to make a lot of money very quickly, thus not dealing with anything racetrack or casino related except building them. Yeah, that's a lot of money. Man, I wonder how Barry saved up that amount of money. Yes, hello, Dragon Knight. We are doing a bookless race where we do everything Azure Dreams has to offer, except filling out the Pokedex, basically. So right now, they have already done really all of their significant tower climbing. They have gotten up to floor 40, they have gotten the ultimate egg, and now they are going through and dealing with quests and the town and building it up. We'll be seeing really just floor 1 and floor 2 from here on out. Floor 1 because it's necessary to get to floor 2, and floor 2 because that's where Selfie is. And Selfie is the reason to go anywhere besides floor 1, but other than that, we go back to town.
Be interesting to see if Chai can actually catch up a bit because he's toggled the VSync. Especially with like Vivian's dance and stuff like that.
Yeah, that is what we are doing. We are doing all the town things and wooing all the girls at this point. It's a fun little showcase because we didn't have a lot of tournament matches this week. Chai is a bit behind at this point due to spending a lot of time on playing the Barong slots with the Manoeva Barong. But we'll see how he can make it up. He has made all of the money he needs to make for the rest of the game, and so in that regard, they're in a similar benchmark.
Well, now we'll see how fast the eating goes on Chai's side. Should go much quicker.
Yeah, that is... It's a neat little advantage Chai has here. Simply knowing how that works on emulator is a lot of power. Or provided he doesn't, like, speed through the menu to such a point that he forgets to actually order food. I imagine that as being kind of like, from Ko's perspective, that thing where you go to the fridge and you open the fridge and then you forget what you were here for. He got the menu, his mind went blank.
Yeah, that's...
And then he had to get back to order.
That's pretty much me here in Thailand when they hand me a menu and it's all in Thai.
So, as of, like, the current state of affairs on Shauny's side, he has gotten Vivian in basically a talent scout who will not allow having her dance at the theater that he built. Ko owns this town.
I guess... Okay, Chai changed his state display now. Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing, Steve, but he had it on for a while.
Ko owns it. Well, co-own, rather.
Yeah,
Singular.
I had to think twice there, but yeah.
Yeah,
right,
there was something slightly weird about that. Because we have to have our puns. This game has the sand cutlet, and therefore, we, number one, blame the sand cutlet, I mean Sand Knight, and number two, respect the puns. Also, hey, I'm actually using a wind crystal for once. It's nice when that's an option. It saves you having to get Kyun out of the monster shed, which is getting bigger. Or at least will be, I guess, when the house is done getting bigger? It will be eventually, is the point. Goodness, Chai's eating at the restaurant must be faster than I thought it was, because, like, otherwise he'd be pretty out of order there.
Yep.
Nah.
Alright, she's off to become a nurse.
Alright.
And she's already past nursing school.
Very fast. I think it basically goes, patients should be A, alive, B, dead. And if you manage to pass that, then you passed all your exams.
They have quite a lot of bed space, given the population of this town.
Well, he probably went for, like... If someone else is footing the bill, you might as well. For, like, all your facility upgrades.
I suppose they probably do get a lot of hunters, monster hunters, getting injured, given that
Yeah.
none of them can seem to make it past floor 2, probably.
Most of them are not very good at their jobs. Well, to be fair, sometimes making it past floor 2 is just very difficult.
Well, gosh, at least
I
past.
actually remember, like, a blind runner, or a blind player of the game, who got into like, the unfortunate loop of dying repeatedly very early on because he died repeatedly very early on. I like the idea of, gosh, wiping everyone else out because there's no earthquake. You can do this all day. And then he presumably takes their money and everything else that they've picked up. That actually sounds like a pretty decent business model. Not gonna lie. Like, that sounds like a much better business model than actually going through the tower. And then I just kind of imagine that escalating basically endlessly. Where you're like, someone would eventually gang up on Bandit, but then you'd probably have other banditry, and then you'd sort of escalate infinitely up until the point where you've got tower police, and tower police sounds like the worst thing I can think of. Ah yes, we've gotten to Yes, It's Rice. Which means that the eating portion of this stream is now done. Pretty much.
Yep.
And we're having me being very sad about, like, the general state of the world. And having lost her one true love to the tower and all that sad stuff, but she's gonna have to, you know, continue keeping the bar because life goes on, something like that. You know, looking at these encounters from Selfie's perspective, yeah, Ko is such a mystery. And meanwhile, Shauny's running into a thing that happens. When you actually start getting girlfriends, they will start coming to wake you up the way Nico did. It's pretty cute. And gets a little weird later on.
Yeah, this should be the curry day.
This should be the curry day. Because now she finds out that you're the one who brought her the healing herb. Curry! Now we finally got it! Curry percent achieved!
Well, GG, it's been a good run.
Yeah.
We're actually coming up to Shauny's PB for bookless, I believe is 3 hours 37,
Yeah,
which is third place.
Yeah, this was not an easy run. That tower climb, both due to things not necessarily going the best they could, and also due to that soft lock, created some delays here. Meanwhile, I do not appreciate this close zoom and fast movement. That's a little much for me. It's an eminently sensible strategy. It just feels bad.
I don't know if Chai actually has a PB. I should have asked him. Like he's run this a couple of times offline. I know that. He's never done a recorded run of bookless.
So I suppose when we're talking about recordings, this is kind of bad. Meanwhile, Nico's goes pretty close to finishing off that whole bit. A little bit. Her storyline is kind of weird in terms of its general structure. I suppose not that weird because most of these storylines have a component of go to the tower, come back, top. But oh, that's unfortunate. Not the way you want this to go. That's unfortunate. And let that be a lesson to you. Azure Dream sometimes does not go the way you intend.
It's not too much lost unless he finishes on selfie. If he does, then it's 1 day lost.
Yeah. It's not too terribly much. I just think it's always good to remember Azure Dreams can be cruel.
Yep.
Also, funny to have the racetrack at this point in the run. And for Chai. Because it's normally one of the early things, but not this time.
Oh yeah, we have an update on the girlfriends. This is the first girl acquired, actually, on both sides. Normally I get Fur first, because her storyline is quite short.
Yeah.
Well, I know that Chai is holding off on all the girls because he wants to get them all at the end to avoid them ganging up in his house.
Right. Hey, that makes
Shawnee,
sense.
I think Shauny's not too bothered. He's just going to get them as they come along.
Yeah, and then they will come and wake him up. And that'll be a little bit of a time loss, but it's hard for me to say. And there we go, Nico's storyline complete. They all sort of have an element of denouement to them before it fully unlocks. Nico's, I think, just feels weird because it's a slightly more complicated storyline than some of the other ones. In part because it intersects with Selfie's life. And I think we might have seen part of that Chai's delaying tactic there, because I didn't see him get to 2. Maybe I'm mistaken.
No, I wasn't watching.
The zoom in makes it hard to tell. And that's Patty now. And so Shawnee is just racking them up. Which means he's getting pretty close to done.
Yeah, I guess he's holding off on the house, because
that seems...
is a different way of preventing the girlfriends, yeah.
Mm-hmm. And Mia's made some decent progress on that front as well. No, but it's interesting to see the difference in approach between those two, and also between, like, the various one can... what's the word I'm looking for? Can deal with littler time losses in one's routing choices. As opposed to the fairly significant routing differences that have, or the more significant routing differences that have been the bigger factors in this race.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting race because we have basically Shawnee, who is, I guess, the longest running bookless runner, because he basically created this category with his brother, whilst Chai, I guess, is pretty much one of the newest runners to bookless, so at least he's never actually I've never seen him run bookless. Oh, he forgot to pay.
He forgot to pay. That's a bit of a problem. I feel bad for Patty.
And there's also been a contrast in their level of planning. So Chai mapped out exactly what he was going to do every day, whilst Shawnee, I know, usually improvises, just does whatever he can each day, in the town at least.
There we go, and now Chai's, he's paid for the rice. Sadly, I think think in terms of running, yeah, it is sad that you can't play in bronze. Well, sad in some ways and fun in others. That said, I think Vivian is one of the more troublesome bits of Bookless, if only because of the dances. Which, with VSync you can speed up, so that's nice. It's in a bit of a time save, but it's still like a whole thing. I like how late into Mia's whole thing it establishes her name.
Oh yeah, that's true. She's still girl.
Right. On Shauny's side, he just got to Mia's name. And Chai is just a tiny bit behind on that front. But also, so several days behind on, like, the day front, which is interesting. In terms of, like, how that particular storyline is paced in amongst the rest of things. So, oh, go-up trap, that's nice. Bet Shauny's feeling good about that. Every little bit helps.
So we got... No, it's not the U-boat yet. Should be the next trip.
Oh, that could have made the day count slightly wonky. I like how, at this point, I guess, your mother is getting your... On Shauny's side, is your mom the one to... I meant, like, who decides? Who makes Let's Wake It Up Co. Part of their agenda? I mean, I know that's the Nico tradition. But does your mom just, anytime a girl comes over and says, yeah, I'm here to wake up your son, she goes, oh, alright. You look very nice, dear. Because if so, I feel like there's a talk that needs to happen. And so now Vivian is not doing the dancing today because she just generally feels bad about her performance previously, and maybe she's not cut out for the big time. So now we're going for a little walk. And that is what is happening in that scene. I like that there is an option, though admittedly one she does not take, to be introduced to, and we are once again focused on the blue sky, actually, now that I noticed that. I also like that, like, this ends up being kind of a friendly time with them. And also, Chai has gone not for the curry route. So now there's little dolls. Or at least it seems that way from what I'm observing.
But you can still get to curry, I think, via the doll route. I think there's one point where you can actually change her back to the nurse route.
Huh. Interesting. But anyway, if it's not a curry percent, what's even the point?
I should add like another icon to the state display just for curry.
Just for curry.
When you select curry, then it
Would
pops
that-
up.
The curry percent status tracker?
Yes.
So let's see what else there is to do. Well, there's more Mia stuff. Mia always feels like a very long-winded one to me. Yeah, a couple of these, I'm not necessarily even sure that they are of, like, significantly varying lengths as they are. Yeah, it is now time for the cellist once again. And for the last time, oh, that's funky.
Chai opted to punch Nico.
I like that we are seeing a divergence in otherwise, ordinary and non-essential bits.
So he sent Cheryl to make dolls. He's punched Nico. I guess he's also going to tell Mia she has a bad figure.
Which is rude. Consider notes. I'm doing that sort of thing, Kyle. Meanwhile, you vote. That said, get you a man who thinks your special interest is interesting. And that is the thing I would most recommend. Well, second point, get you a man and who also can talk at length about a thing he finds interesting, which Ko is not as good at. Chai not going up to see Selfie for sure this time, which is, I think, an interesting choice. And we are seeing that increased mischance on the Kyun hits. That's funny. I mean, we went to that fairly early on in all of this. But this is part of a larger sort of Chai wants to keep the progress reasonably balanced-ish. So we won't see quite as much incremental gain, maybe is the word I'm looking for.
Yeah.
But this is kind of coming down to the home stretch. And once again, menuing too fast, standing in front of the fridge, forgetting what it was you wanted. and sitting on down. It's in a little bit of just the generalized looping state, but I think Chai might be having trouble finding where Vivian has gotten to. She's not at the theater. She's not at the bar. Where might Vivian have gotten to since
Well, there is a day where she's not anywhere.
Yeah, that's probably it, and this is probably that day. It's just a slightly weird thing. I'm not entirely sure what Chai is thinking about with the building things at this point. Some of them I get, some of them I'm not as sure.
I think he's timed it perfectly, so he'll get all the buildings in time.
Yeah. Basically, and maybe a better way of putting it is, with some of them, I'm not sure the point. That said, I think at least some of this has to do with needing the house for the temple. Well, and there's some things that happen after that. And Shauny will get to our only visit of the pool besides the one at the end.
So is Shauny going to be nice to me?
That is the question. And no.
Ouch. Wow.
Very rude. But shorter.
He's getting the house now. I guess he was keeping it at level 0 for a while because I guess there's just shorter distance to run in the house.
Could be. Just generally some slightly shorter points. But we are beginning to see some of that.
Yeah, Chai hasn't handed in the water medal, so he won't get the swimming pool scene.
And that is a sensible thing to skip it for a while. I'm not sure why I'm laughing, but there's something about that question mark bit that is at this point given like the general path of Ko's life funny. You're not fooling anyone, Ko. But on Shauny, that just leaves Mia and Vivian to go. and I think more house stuff. I wish someone had sleep magic for me. Like, that's the real fantasy here, is having someone sleep magic for me.
Yeah. Okay, so that should be Vivian done on Shauny's side.
And that'll just be Mia and the house. Yes, everyone is acknowledging your ownership of pretty much this entire count. And that marks Vivian done on Shauny's side. Just the house build and just Mia left to go. So now Czaj is going to build the temple and start building out the other buildings as well. I don't think it will be fast enough. Shauny is pretty much done. There's very little left to do. And I think that barong plays probably went overboard. Because up until that point, Czaj had been in the lead, and I think having V-Sync What was I thinking about? Something. It's been a long stream. But we are pretty much at the end point. But yeah, I think the barong thing went overboard and caused some pretty important delays, as it turns out, in the general progress of things. While I think seeing that, like, the line of dominoes that Czaj has been setting up all collapse, I think would be a very fun thing to observe. I'm not sure if we are necessarily going to see that because, well, I guess we'll figure out what happens at the end of this. Once the winner has been declared, and that'll be pretty soon. The next bit of Mia's is the worst bit? The worst bit. definitively the worst bet. Or at least
Oh right, the
the
stalking
part I'm
scene.
thinking of. Yeah. Not into that, and also just kind of annoyed by the time it takes.
So yeah, Shawnee should be finished on this day.
Yeah, and that will most... Yeah. At the
He's
end of the
taking
day,
Kyun, so I don't think... Or maybe he's expecting another Mia
he
scene.
might. But now that the house is fully upgraded, the scenes get a little bit more complex. The girls who have jobs, well, okay, other than Fern, won't necessarily always be there.
Yeah, it's the stalking scene. So yeah, he's finished this day. He doesn't actually need Kyun.
Nice. So now it is time to enter and exit buildings all the time until we catch Mia in the act of trying to watch where we're going, even when we're just going in and out of the library over and over and over again. So, no more stalking, right, Mia? Yes, that is Mia wrapped.
Yep, he just has to
everything.
hit the save screen now.
We will have time in just a moment. And that is time. GG to Shauny. All the girls, and now the demonstration that everything else is working. Working just fine. And everything's done. The windmills work, the pools work. Consider it a victory lap.
Funny, the in-game time is actually faster than the world record.
It's a funny thing, but it doesn't account for loading screens, so
yeah.
PlayStation 1. Throwing his motorbike into the fountain.
Yeah, so for a long time, the world record stood at about 4 hours 30, didn't it? So this is a very, very strong time now. Even considering the time losses.
Yeah, this is not a bad run when you factor in like just how much was going on. And both of them had some real rough luck there in during the tower climb. Alas, there's not a next seed. This is too long to, and for that matter, I guess. There are too many chances to correct a single moment of bad luck, as we've seen. It looks like we will be seeing... Czaj probably try and finish it out, and I think that's cool. Well, I want to see that line of dominoes come down.
Yeah, should be today.
So that'll be a neat one. Well, if it's today, then wouldn't Ko's house need upgrading?
Oh, yeah, it can't be today.
So it'll be one more day before, or this all wraps, and hopefully a czaj. Okay.
So I think he might have misjudged the number of house upgrades then, time-wise. Because I think he could have done the house a bit earlier, in which case he would have been done today.
Mm-hmm. Might have been thrown off by that extra attempt or two on the tower climb, maybe? Maybe. But in the meanwhile, victory floating down the river. Or canal, I guess.
Oh? He's out of money?
What are you doing in the maybe?
Oh.
No, he's not out of money.
But he needs... how much money for the house?
Oh, that's unfortunate. Slight underestimation.
Ah, okay, yeah. So the slots were going too fast because VSync was off, so he went to the save screen, which has the result of turning VSync back on.
No, that makes sense.
Now he can actually play the slots.
In the end, gambling is eternal. Okay, czaj has gotten very silly, but I like it.
Okay, he has enough for the house now. So I think he needed one more ultimate egg. 450,000 was the right amount. He went
It's
for 400
only
plus.
the one that got, deleted wasn't deleted.
Oh yeah, that's...
That probably is what does it. No, I don't think I've played. No, I've seen the arcade. I just didn't remember that I'd seen the arcade. And I don't see the arcade very often.
He didn't go to the Carpenters.
He didn't. I think he might be a little bit on tilt at this point.
Okay. So on Shauny's screen we can see what a gym looks like.
This is definitely what a gym looks like. Yep. I know this is where I go every Tuesday and Thursday. With the giant hamster wheel and the log rolling.
Are they not supposed to have an animation for running on the... Oh, they do now, yeah. They stopped for a while.
Weird. The dumbbell juggling. Those have to be inflatable, right? Yes, just an ordinary gym. Honestly, I think I would love to see another game that fleshes out some of the weirder cues and corners that we get of what the Azure Dreams universe looks like.
I wonder if this wheel in the gym powers the windmills. No, wait, what am I talking about? Of course, wind powers the windmills. That's the point.
Okay. Hey, let's try and get folks in, and it looks like for interviews. As we start to wrap things up on Chai's side, as much as they will be wrapped.
Or the pot, yeah. Well, the oil is, I guess, to make sure like the axle can turn.
Mm-hmm. That should be the link, but if not, I'll send an invite myself. So, for the interview. That is a large house. Hello, Shauny.
Hello.
Hello, Chai.
Hello.
That was sure a run. That was both of you had some real. Yeah, both of you had some real rough luck on that tower climb. I think it was about 3 runs apiece, from each of you.
That sounds about right then.
Yeah, I looked pretty well in run number 1 when I was going for the 40, but unfortunately I was thinking that should I be safe or should I pretend that okay, nothing's bad is going to happen, and I was like, definitely nothing bad is going to happen, and it happened, and I died on what was it, 23 or 24, and I had really good inventory. Everything was setting up for a good race. So yeah, I died,
and then there was and then you found the mana weave egg and decided to take that home so you could come back with it. And then on your successful run, I gotta ask, what were you hoping for from the Bronx? What were you looking for?
Roche to pick it, I take it?
Yeah, that was actually a little bit of miscalculation from me, because I was thinking, okay, I was on floor 26, so the Barong was not an option Picket was not an option anymore. So why did I even try to get a Roche fruit? I was like, and I wasted what was it, 20 minutes, 30 minutes on trying to get the Roche fruit that technically I didn't need, because I anyways had to do another climb to 17 to get Pickets. So yeah, I don't know what I was going for.
And that is where you lost the race.
Yeah.
Hey, so you were actually still in the lead before that point.
Yeah, I heard that Shauny had some unfortunate soft lock, right?
I done 24. I used a holy bell in the smallest possible room, and there was invisible stealths all around me.
Okay.
I ran out of resources, and I did not know how to get out of it. I died. I reloaded my save. I got to floor 12. I saw Flocked because the Griffin killed Queenie while poisoned or something with a poop rock in the room, and apparently that was enough for the game to say no. And then after that, I went, screw it, whatever. There hasn't been any pigs yet, so I just started running up the tower as fast as I humanly can, and there's actually a decent climb on the last one.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was a very nice climb on the last one. This one, I got the sense of it that you could just have kept that up all day, pretty much.
Pretty much. I had all the equipment I needed. I think on the first time when I died with what's it called? When I died on floor 24, I should have not had Water Queenie at that point. I should have waited a little longer before transforming him into water.
Yeah.
So
I fully agree. Nowadays, I don't really go Water Queenie too early, because you've got wind floors on which you actually gotta stay, because you gotta take care of the white picket, right? So you cannot go water there unless you've got some way to still deal fire damage. So for booklets, I usually wait with water. For me, it was lucky because I actually found an Arachne egg, so I had Ashra and Queenie, so I could have covered both elements quite nicely.
Yeah.
But how was your luck with racetrack, Shauny? I'm interested with that.
I think it was 6 attempts and I won 3.
Okay,
I won a 35 and I ended the tower with 52k in the end or something. No, after building the racetrack, I still had like I think 52k or something. So I had a decent trip up there.
Okay, that's not bad.
Yeah.
I was like the most afraid of the racetrack. In the end, other things took my time, and I didn't even have to take racetrack. So, yeah.
I was doing all the mini games right now.
At least we showed off like 2 ways how to deal with booklets.
Yeah, we
right?
saw some interesting routing decisions
But
along
people
the way.
don't try to get roach fruit on floor 26. It doesn't make sense. That was absolute complete mistake. So no, don't do it.
Yeah, at first we thought you were looking for like items that were worth a lot of money, but then you passed those up. So survivability, it was a while. It was kind of funny.
To be honest, a day earlier, like yesterday, I think, Wuga was playing bookless, and he was doing the route with trying to go to get roche fruit, but he was doing it on floor 16, where it did make sense. And it still took him like, I don't know, 40, 50 minutes to get that roche fruit. I don't even know whether he got it because I was not able to watch it fully, but it was like ridiculous amount of time to get that roche fruit. So this is so RNG. Probably in this case, it's just better to get the ultimate egg and climb to 16, because that climb to 17 for pickets, it took me roughly, I don't know, maybe 10 minutes at most. There was a little bit bad luck with pickets. Normally there is like floor plenty of them, but right now I actually had trouble finding pickets on 17, so I had to go to 18, and I still had trouble finding it there. So I don't know what was up with the pickets.
So I told Chai, me and Chai would be having different startings. You obviously did glitch entry, you said, right? Did you follow through with that?
Yes, I did glitch entry, yeah.
I had Queenie murder me on the turn 1.
Oh.
So I went in with no equipment, and I assumed I'd be able to find something better on floor 1 without the flames and be able to build up and start selfie quicker.
Okay, I getcha.
There was theoretically, in the olden days of me, Adarsis, and Kane brainstorming, that was theoretically the fastest way. But then we changed things around.
Yeah.
And then you had a bit of trouble getting the hospital money.
Yes, I had. It's because I had to leave because all the blooms made me leave. If I did not leave, I would not be able to, and I had this extra wing crystal, so I figured it's best just to leave, talk to people, go back in, and get the last 1,200. Then I ended up getting quite a bit more, actually, because of that.
On my first entry, I was not lucky enough to find a wind crystal, but I did find Olim fruit. So there was, Hatch Polompa and give him Olim fruit strat, which is also not something that we see very often.
No.
So I'm quite happy that there are probably many strategies shown off, because we shown the exploits related to NP, Infinite NP for Manoiva, item duping with Manoiva,
you got that?
builds for 1G.
Yeah.
So plenty of different strategies. All viable, apart from trying to get Roche Fruit on floor 26.
I didn't show off the Tumina glitch. That's the only one I didn't show off.
Oh yeah, that one was not visible.
I think. Also, I've been going around doing all the mini games of the city while we've been chatting, and I think I did them all. So, but I honestly don't think there's anything else. Like, I could have pulled out of my bag of tricks. I really pushed this to the limit to finish just over 6 minutes after failing on 24, having to do the climb again, soft locking on 12, then doing the climb. Oh hey, it's this floor again. I can throw Lucky down the drain, he disappears.
Yeah. The funny part is I did 2 practice runs. They were mostly to verify that the state display is working. But I didn't have that much trouble in tower climbs. And I somehow was always able to get the money, easily the money for racetrack. But on the other hand, I'm sort of happy that I didn't have to do racetrack. I don't like it at all. This is the worst part of bookless. That's why I think nowadays Wuga and others who are trying to get even better times are always going for the Manoiva strat. It's definitely more reset heavy to even start the run, but once you have the run going, it's probably the fastest thing that you can do.
Well, I had for the final climb, like I managed to get a decent amount of supplies. I had a stream wand, a scarlet wand. I had Queenie at level 8, I think, and a Disapita fruit. And I think if it wasn't for that, I would have had a lot harder time. But just having the possibility of, I knew Selfie would eventually give me the egg, which would be the plumpa, so I could get back the egg during the climb. To do the. Like I was banking on that egg because I could not find a sea seed, and I never found a holy scroll this entire run.
Holy scroll, a picket, Shauny, just so that you know.
Yeah, I literally had 0 holy scrolls the entire run, and the only reason I was able to climb the tower so quickly is I memorized after dying on floor 24 where all the elevators and items were.
I threw away my share of them
we
at
were
our own.
discussing about that actually.
About me memorizing the elevators?
Interesting. Well, specifically about the seated tower and how resetting affects that. We thought that was interesting.
Yeah, well, the thing is, if I'm going to be doing a big climb, like I'm going to be paying attention, and like I said, I have my little paper notes here. They weren't very useful, but at least had the check marks beside the.
Get the most use out of it you can, and that save ended up like being really, really useful.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, well, I'm not, in a marathon setting. I'm not gonna not save before doing the big climb. But the thing is, Chai, did you keep track of your horse racing times?
I didn't do a single horse race.
Oh, you went complete dupe?
Yeah, because like in my first climb, I died on floor 23, and I was like, okay, that's a huge time loss, and I lost amazing inventory. I had like full inventory of everything. I simply couldn't die, but I died because I was stupid. I was trying to save resources. So I started climbing again, and then I found Manoiva egg, and then immediately like, okay, change of plans. My whole Excel that I had what to do per day was completely out of order now because, okay, I went back home, I hatched the Manoiva in the hut, and then I started climbing again, and I was hoping to use that Manoiva on Barong on floor 16 to get roars so that I can get Picket on 17. But I got Go Up Trap on floor 16, so yeah, there you go.
Yeah, my best time on the racetrack was 11:93.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Yeah, pretty nice. It was.
I still stand. I still the best. Yeah, my record, if I remember correctly, is 11:42 when I was a kid. Oh. So like I have done it, but I have to watch this back. I am dead curious because from the very get-go.
I'm definitely watching it as well. I do want to see your struggles. I know my struggles. I want to know that I wasn't the only one suffering.
You weren't. This was again, like I haven't been able to play this game at all in the last few months with marathons and all this other stuff. So this was a hell of a refresher course. And I forgot the values of certain items, which is why, well, I also was forced to leave the tower in the first one, but I really had nothing. But I have to watch this back.
I want to thank you both for putting on an excellent show today.
Thank you.
I'm glad we were able to showcase extremely different strategies to the same game. It sounds like we had drastically different runs.
I am glad too, but I wouldn't mind if everything went according to the plan.
Oh yeah, if I didn't die on my climb up, I would have been way ahead of schedule.
And Chai, you so is this effectively your PB, or in your practice runs did you get a better time?
Oh yeah, better times, definitely. Although like in my practice runs, I was doing quite many pauses because I was moving my notes around, etc. But definitely I was faster in my practice runs. I didn't have to, climb the tower 3 times, right? So
Yeah.
I never noticed actually in the level 1, you can actually see where the elevator or the ground is actually falling. It just stays there.
What do you mean?
At the moment, Shauny is showing off Earthquake.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So earthquake percent showcase when?
Oh god.
Oh no, let's not get there. I want to thank the folks at SpeedGaming for letting us put on this showcase as well.
Mm.
I'll give both of our hardworking runners a follow. Well, be sure to check out our Discord, all that good stuff.
There's one last thing I gotta do. There. I can show off the immortality glitch. I think we've shown off everything.
Oh, there are the items at
There
the
we
bottom.
go.
There's one thing you haven't shown.
What's that?
The thing where code goes under the ground in the house.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, you both.
But let's...
That's for
let's
that's for
solve
next
this.
time.
Yeah.
Yeah. Shall we call it here, folks?
I'm
I
good
don't
too.
have anything to add. Thank you so much.
Yeah, it was wonderful.
Okay. Hey, thank you all very much for watching. Good game, guys.
Thank you.
And thank you for
Thank you.
joining me, Hex. And
Yep.
I will see y'all next time. Bye-bye.
Take care. Bye.
Bye bye.